It is 10:03. It's 10:03, and I call this meeting officially to order. First off, let's go up to roll call. I see Aubrey, Bjorn, Brandon, Christian, which is me, Deanna, Greg, Jess, Joey, Josh, Lacey, Messina, Sean, Terry, and Zoe, and Eunice is absent. Hopefully he'll come later. Can I entertain a motion to approve today's agenda? Motion by Jess. Do I see a second? Seconded by Messina. I saw her hand up first. And is there going to be the poll or no? The digital one?
Nope, there is not. So we'll do similar to before of the.
Yeah. All in favor, please show a hand, either physically or digitally. All right, and all opposed? All abstained? Motion passes. All right, can I entertain a motion to approve last meeting's minutes?
So moved.
So moved by Bjorn. Any second?
Second.
Seconded by Brandon. All right, all in favor, show a hand. And all opposed? Any abstentions? And motion passes. All right, on to reports for today. I don't think I really have anything to report. I would just say last meeting we were talking a lot about the what ifs of our decisions. I would just try to emphasize, let's not try and worry about that. Let's just go and should we do this based on our policies and things like that. And with that, I'll move on to Brandon.
Yeah, I mean, I guess I got like two things that we just like to touch on. Yesterday we kind of put the Power BI like PDFs in the teams. I know data, this is like, it's really fun and fascinating to look at, but I also just want to like emphasize the point of, it shouldn't exactly influence our decisions a whole lot. Really the major intent of the Power BI like dashboard is so we can use it as a tool, especially going into the future with like these departments, almost tracking like their performance, students' interaction with it, and how we as an S&A can kind of like help guide these funded areas or supplemental areas to be, I guess, like serve the students in a more holistic approach. I do, think we should use the Power BI if it kind of like supports our decisions, but at the same time, I also know we don't want like the data to control us type thing, because that's not the whole point of it. But also that's kind of like what I had with like the data as we have the dashboard. I also want you to know that I have the Power BI up, so if you ever want to see it with I guess like the more like live interaction stuff, I'm here as a resource for us all to pull it up and show it. So all you have to do is just say like, hey, can we see like the data or the graphs, and I can pull that up for us. But yeah, the second one is kind of more just towards all of you, and you as I mean students in S&A who are voting members, and then our faculty and staff here as voting members, as well as our advisors and our notary, because today's going to be a different day for sure. It's not like any other S&A day, and it should be, shared with you all. I know we understand that our decisions are going to have some pushback, and we, got a lot of letters yesterday, and so I just wanted to touch on that a little bit, and just kind of go a little like off the cuff and just kind of like talk to you all about, how we should go about today. And really, like what I want to say is just like, don't fear today. Don't fear other people's opinions. Don't fear future actions or reactions, and don't fear yourself. Be proud. Be proud that you're here today around this table. Be proud you had the courage to be around this table. Be proud that you, students, staff, faculty, that you put in the countless hours to learn what no other student was willing to learn, so that you can make the right decisions today. And so don't be fearful of yourself. Be proud of yourself. So don't fear today. Take action. Action as in speaking up, action as listening, action of doing what's right and making the right decisions by you. You know, back in fall quarter, we all agreed that we wanted to steward this student money and allocate it in 3 ways. We wanted to allocate it in an inclusive fashion, an accessible fashion, and we also wanted to allocate it in an equitable fashion. And that's 3 ways that we all agreed on in fall quarter. And so, you know, I recognize my privilege when I say this, but equity, regardless of the context, whether that's financial or social, it will never come without challenges or pushback. And so I just want you all to know that, and so we could take action and know that action destroys fear. I am so proud of you all to be here today. You know, I couldn't ask for a better team to make these tough decisions. And I want you to know that I see you, I support you, and I will follow you throughout this entire process, throughout all of this quarter, throughout all of spring quarter, and throughout the rest of my term as ASCWU. Because truly what you're doing deserves the world. You know, I see you, I support you, and I will follow you. So don't fear today, really. You know, as we move forward with the agenda, I know that we as a unit will overcome any challenge or any obstacle. And I just want you to know that, like, I am really, truly proud of you all. And I know at the end of this meeting that I'm going to be able to leave this meeting with a smile on my face because we did 3 things. We took action, but we didn't just take action. We took action with our own values in mind, and we did it together. And so I really hope you all can do the same and be proud of yourselves because we made decisions not influenced by anyone else, but we made decisions on our own accord. And so with that, you know, I just want to say I support you all and let's do this. And so with that, I yield my time.
Okay, well, thank you, Brandon. I think I'm next up on the reports. And really, I just wanted to kind of do a brief reminder of, you know, what we're here to do today. And so I'm going to share my screen if it comes through. Yep. And so this is the document that we worked on Wednesday. And so the reminder that I wanted to let the voting members know is that our job here today is to allocate the 7.4 million. And primarily we're going to, you know, start with the groups that we talked about that we didn't really get a lot of time on Wednesday talking about. And so that's going to be the fund, but at a lower level category, and then the split decision category. So here is the document. This is the same that's in the PDF form that's on Teams as of now. And I will work on updating this throughout the meeting and then providing anything that anybody might have any questions on when it comes to the financial data. I do want to reiterate, I did put the PDF document that Brandon had shared in the Teams folder. So that is in there as of this morning. So if there's any questions or if you have any issues accessing the information in Teams, you can always let me know or message me on Skype. Does anybody have any questions about our allocation dollar figure or any of the categories before I pass it on to Joey? Okay, great.
It looks like Bjorn has a question.
Sorry, to clarify, we have like the $7 million that we're allocating for this quadrennium. Okay, gotcha.
Yep, and so that'll be for each year. So it'll be 7.4 for the 4 years. But I mean, I think it's easier for our committee just to kind of focus on this 1 year. And so that would be the allocation each year.
Okay, yeah, that is definitely easier for me to parse. Thank you.
As I jump into mine, I will ask here, Frank, I don't know if you saw, we do have a request from the webinar side. Do we have the ability to change the webinar view to be not just speaker, but the full gallery? And I'll give Frank a minute to see if he
changed.
Thank you. Okay, so jumping in, I have a few things as follow-up. No surprise, I'm sure from you all that I have things to talk about. So to start with, I really want to clarify some of the pieces. I appreciate all the work that you all do. And I want to make sure you all know as we go into this, because this is going to be a long day. There's going to be a lot of things we're discussing and at depth within it. And my role, as well as Lacey's, but I don't want to speak for her on this part, but my role is really to provide guidance to you all related to the policies, procedures, and laws that impact the committee, but also to provide context and feedback, not just from the historical precedent that we have and perspectives, but also provide context and feedback related to our current dynamics and situations. And so with that, there's going to be things as we're discussing that I will push back and provide out there for you all to consider. I say this in advance because I don't want it to be perceived that I have an opinion one way or the other, but I want to make sure if I'm not hearing it in the discussion from you all, and there's pieces that I know you all need to at least be aware of, to have that in consideration as we get to different parts of this. And so just to be mindful of that as we talk about things, that's where my role is coming at when we talk about all of this, but it really is to stress the importance and the impact of the decisions you all are making. As you all have been aware, and we've been talking about this since the start of fall quarter, about what your all's role is and why, honestly, and I know I'm biased, but why I feel this is probably one of the most important committees on this campus, especially with student voice, because you all do have a strong impact on the funding that we have. And that funding goes to so many services and programs as well. And so when we talk about it, you're going to see it from the list of communications we've already received, as well as when we get to public comment here coming up in a few moments with what's going to be shared in writing and stuff, that there is a lot of buy-in from areas within this. And it is important for you all to take that into consideration as we look at this, but that they are tough decisions. And you need to see those voices and those opinions. But for you all, one of the things I'm going to stress throughout the day today is the student's voice. And again, the faculty and staff who serve on this committee are already aware that appreciate their feedback, and they're here to provide perspective and to help mentor and guide. But really, this committee is intended to provide the recommendation of the student voice. And so each of you students who are in here, it's important for you to speak and share your perspectives within this, because you all are representing the student body and being mindful of that. And so there may be pieces that you're sharing within there to consider whether they're contrary to your personal views or not for the whole committee to look at. It's also important as we get into this that the student voice is heard. And as we talked about on Wednesday, which feels like it was forever ago, you all need to be mindful of if there's conflicts of interest, that we don't participate in the discussion and that you abstain from voting. And I do appreciate, and I think actually all of our faculty and staff members expressed this on Wednesday, that what they view their role as, and that they're likely to abstain from voting on a lot of these pieces. With that said, I think it's important for you all as the students to be mindful that you all really abstaining is saying that you have a conflict of interest within here, or that you don't have enough information to vote. And I'm stressing this because if you all feel that you don't have enough information to vote, you need to ask the questions. And so I say this because I will push back throughout the day, because it's important that the students, that you all are voting yes or no on things, unless you need to abstain from that. Because as this moves up, it's important that we show that the students voted one way or the other on any of these individual pieces, but on the larger part, that all of you are in there. And so there will be parts in will come up here, but I will use as an example, we had a vote on Wednesday to move funding, and we had 4 abstention votes. We really only had 3 students who voted on that one, which again, it met the quorum, but it is concerning when we're talking about student voice. That's hard to present up to administration to say this is the student's voice when the majority of students abstained from voting on that. And so I will push on that throughout the day, that you all need to be providing your perspective. With that said, I also want us to be mindful of the time that we have here, and that you're all, when you're providing your feedback on things, it really is that you're answering the questions the best that you can, and giving your opinion, but not repeating and going over it repeatedly. And not that I think we've gone into that, but I will tell you as we go into 6 hours of today, there's a good possibility that you're going to feel like I've said this multiple times. You don't need to keep saying it. I mean, the point here is to share your opinion and your perspective for the other committee members to be aware of, and then allow others to share theirs, and then we vote at that point within it. And so I don't want us to see us going around and round in circles. And if that is the case, I will jump in and point that it's been asked and answered if it's a question, or that we're need to move forward at this point because we're not hearing any new information. Because there are going to be times where we're going to have a strong opinion on one side and a strong opinion on the other side, and allowing both to present that, and then we vote. We don't need to keep going back and forth as we discuss those. The other parts within here is just as a reminder, and there's some things that came up as communications from even within the committee, asking for some clarification, and so I want to provide them to all of you within this. And so one is just a reminder of what our authority is on the committee, which is really to really support student activities and programs and to provide those recommendations up to the university administration and board of trustees, who actually have the full authority is where it is. But in its ordinary and usual meaning, student activities, it talks about the co-curricular and extracurricular activities that we participate in the furtherance of student education. And so we have a good sense of what those are. You all have been trained on this. You all have access to all the documents on the website and in our Teams folder. The Killian outlines a whole host of things that are permissible as well as impermissible. And if there's something that's going to come up that is not allowable, I will let you know that both Lacey and I will be very upfront that this is not, from the way it's presented or whatever this information is, this is not an allowable expense, which really ties to you all on determining the best way to allocate the $7.4 million that we're looking at to support student programs and activities that we're looking at. The other question that we have on here was really providing a clarification from some of our training pieces, because some of the comments and pieces, so I do want to, again, clarify this, that the S&A funding is really intended to support all of our students. And when I say that, it's intended to support all of our students and that none of these programs should deny access, but it is also mindful to know that not every program, every student is going to utilize. And it's not intended within that. And so we are going to have some that are intentional, and I want you all to know that that's what it's for. And you all are determining if you see value in this program, even if it's potentially only for a set population or others, that those are permissible within what we're looking at. And then the final part that I have within here is really just to be cautious that we're not using blanket statements, because a lot of these programs and services you all are looking at, they can be similar and we need to treat those similar, but also they are very different and unique. And so I want to caution against us using a blanket across the board for large categories or areas that we look at, because we do need to look at them each individually based on, again, all the presentations you all have had that has come up throughout the last whole quarter. Again, we've spent 20+ hours hearing the presentations. You've seen them all within that. And we really need to be addressing them individually. We'll go into that, and I will, and again, as part of my job, we'll push back if there's things I need to make sure you all are looking at the larger perspective of that. But at the end of the day, we're going to go through, we're going to delve into, again, as Lacey had alluded to, we're going to pull up based on the survey you all completed, those that you put into the category of fund at a lower level than they requested. And then look at those that we have in the split, that there was not really a consensus on where it was, and discuss those in depth. But that really, until we get to the end of the day today, nothing is final, because you all are going to see, and Lacey will pull up, based on our initial conversation, where that dollar figure puts us, and what we either have that we still need to look at potentially pulling back, or what money we still have on the table to allocate out. And so for you all to be aware, we're going to have these discussions. We need to put these things, but until we get the end of the day where we vote on the final recommendation to move forward to PBAC, it's not finalized at that point. And additionally, just to put out there, you all are going to see, we're going to jump to public comment here in a moment. And that public comment is really what the intent of the Q&A for the panelists to use, to be able to provide that and go through so you can see it and see what is being said and to take into consideration on there. And so, I'll share this as well with the panelists. That is the format, given the webinar view that we have. to provide public comment today. There's going to be a moment here, and we'll take several moments for the committee to be able to read those public comments within this, and then we'll move on from there. That is the ability that you all have. However, the public comment pieces are really going to be addressed at the beginning, and then we have another section following deliberation where there's further public comment that we'll get into that, but that we do have a set of time that's set aside for that before we jump further into it. So with that, are there any questions to clarify things from me or from Lacey on our advisor side?
I just want to make a comment here. We're going to be managing the Q&A as best as possible between Joey and I. So we will try and get through these questions as best as possible, but just know for the viewers at home, outside of the panelists, the structure of the Zoom meeting is set. So there is the Q&A option. And so if you have anything that you want to say, please feel free to use that. If you're looking for any materials, it is all on our website for the service and activities webpage on our CWU website.
All right, thank you, Lacey. Just a quick question. Are we doing communications received? Or are we going straight into public comment?
To clarify, oh, and I just realized I shut off my video a second ago. So the communications received, you all have gotten all of those. Given that this is a special meeting, not our regular meeting, it is a little bit different in terms of the format. But given the sheer number of communications received as well, we have sent all those to you all electronically, so you can see them. There have been quite a bit of them that have been there, again, as you can all see, and have taken the time to read through and see what those are. But all those that have been sent, and thank you, Aubrey, for doing an amazing job of getting those sent to the committee to keep them on top of it. We have not received any others, at least at this point, beyond what has been sent to you all.
Okay, thank you. So we'll give public comment a few more minutes then.
And as clarification for those of you who are the attendees in the audience, the public comment really is via that Q&A chat. Lacey and I are trying to go through to answer the actual questions that are in there, but any public comment that you have, please type in there. The committee can see them, and we'll be reading through them as they come in. And so we'll probably set aside about 5-10 minutes here if we have comments coming in for the committee to be looking and responding to those, or looking at them, not responding. Lacey and I, as the advisors, are responding to the questions. And I will say this because there's a few comments in here. And so the Q&A, some of them I'm just going to answer live while we're waiting for these. The committee can see the attendees who are in here. They can see the list. If you go over to participants, we have 116 attendees who are here viewing the Q&A, and so that is on there. And I think some of the other questions, again, I'm answering these live. The questions, public comment, again, is coming up here. Again, you all, as the attendees, should be able to see all of the panelists who are the members of the committee and the advisors who are here. Attendees are listed under the participant piece for that. And again, we have, just for reference, 115 of them right now. And for some of the comments in here and pieces, just to be aware, all of the communications for those, because I know several of you have already provided communications in writing as well as videos. Those have all been sent to the committee and viewed ahead of time. I know there's a couple that came in first thing this morning that were also sent over there. So any communication that you've sent to any of us advisors or the committee in general has been shared with the full voting committee. And again, we're making our way through these. Quorum is to have a majority of our voting members, which is 7 voting members. We have 13 positions on S&A for those in attendance with the question there. And so 7 voting members is what quorum would be.
Can I answer a question? There was a question about the funding spreadsheet and if there is a link to it. And right now for the public, there isn't a direct link because it is a working document, but it will be posted on the website as soon as the committee has finalized the information.
And I know this has been asked a few times in here, and we touched on it, but because I see more questions still popping up, I'm going to again reiterate. Unfortunately, and again, in a non-COVID time and situation, we would be in person, which would allow us more flexibility. Given the setup of deliberations, and because these are special meetings that are set up a little bit differently, we don't have the ability because only the committee is our active participants. And so unfortunately, the public comment is either via writing here in the Q&A or sending information that has been already sent ahead of time. And so I know there's several of those comments we've touched on it, but just to reiterate, I know it's an unfortunate way that we have, but again, adapting to the situation the best we can. So I appreciate you all taking the time to write your public comments in there and those who sent comments ahead of time for the committee to review. And I appreciate the committee looking through under the Q&A section to read through those public comments. I will provide some. I will provide some additional in here because I know some comments are specifically related to the format that we have about student voice. There's a few answers to this. One is the feedback is here. This committee is made up and has 9 student positions who vote on it, which is as representatives for you all. Additionally, I know ASCW put out a survey earlier this quarter for S&A funded units to the whole student body, which is the other format for them getting student voice and feedback. And then again, the perspective you all are providing here, again, given our virtual format, is the other format in which providing outside student feedback in addition to that. And while I know this is probably not the most thrilling to watch from that side, there is a lot of comment coming in from public comment. And so the committee is reading through those as we're going to it, which is why I'm also popping in to provide feedback that I can. But we'll continue reading through the public comment that we have coming in via the Q&A. And again, I'm trying to answer the ones that are seeming less public comment and more questions directed at it. Within here, just as clarification on the process here, the committee has spent the whole last quarter hearing these requests and presentations with open public comment at all of those as an ongoing piece. The piece right now where the committee's job is, and I know many of you were not present on Wednesday, we kind of gone over it, so I'll repeat, is to now deliberate on all of those requests that were heard, and the committee had the chance to ask questions of those units throughout the entire last quarter. They're now deliberating on all of those to make a decision based on the funding that we do have available on what we're going to recommend up. The recommendation from the committee is a recommendation. It goes up to the President's Budget Advisory Committee, who will review it and vote on it as well. And that recommendation goes up to the president and then the board of trustees for final funding on here. And so that's the process of what this is. Again, this is the chance to provide any feedback for the committee to take into consideration as we go there. However, the deliberations themselves are amongst the committee. It'll be open and live for you all, but is really the opportunity here to present feedback. And then again, at the end of the meeting to provide feedback for those of you who are present throughout the piece there. But it is a very structured meeting, followed parliamentary procedure within these pieces. And I guess I'd ask the question here for the committee, because I know there's some questions in here, but also from the committee. We do have one video that we had received within this. And so for the sake of this, and I'm seeing nods, I mean, we can look and see if we have the ability to share. I don't know the length of the video because it is a limited amount of time that we have for each public comment is typically 2 minutes within that. But I don't know if you all, I know there's a few in the comments who were asking and wanting to look at it ahead of time. We can pull that up if that's what it's looking like from the committee. I don't want if you have already all seen it.
Joey, it says the video is 10 minutes long.
Okay. Which we would have to cut it at the 2-minute mark for this. And so I would recommend and request that if you hadn't already, and I see the comments all in there, to make sure that you've watched that. And I guess to provide some clarification on the public comment piece of this, this is a chance for any public comment to be shared with the panelists, and we appreciate you all sharing it. It's for them to have the consideration because they are the nominated and elected officials for the committee to make the decision. And so your voice is absolutely relevant to have within there. These are pieces, again, that you all can continue to provide feedback to the committee that we have within here. As well as follow up with student government and these others. All of these meetings are public and open meetings that we've been having, and S&A follows all of those rules and regulations that we do. Additionally, I know there's questions about things being cut. At this point, nothing has been. There's discussion on the table, but nothing until the end of the meeting is anything that is finalized in any way. The committee does have to have conversations about looking at these, and things will move back and forth as we go throughout it. And so we do appreciate the feedback, but to be clear with some of the comments, there has been nothing that has been cut or defunded at this point. All of these are conversations that the committee is having. And so the feedback is absolutely applicable. The other part is to be aware, again, for timing's sake, the committee does have to spend quite a considerable amount of time looking at these 53 requests and deliberating, which is what the majority of the day will be spent on. And I know that this feels like a weird format as well, given that the public comment is really intended for you all to provide the comment for the committee to take into consideration. These will be things that will be discussed as we come up with some of these individual programs. But public comment is for you all to share your comment. And we're, as advisors, trying to answer some that are questions. Those that are public comment is for the committee to have and to deliberate on, not to be answering directly during the public comment section. And so as we go into this, just so there is awareness, I mean, we have about almost 130 comments within the Q&A. Some of these are questions, some of them are comments as we're going through them, hence why the committee is reading through all of these on their side. And to be clear with the last one here, because I believe they're going to be coming here, the committee can see all and is reading through all these. Again, those that are questions are responded to the best we can from the advisors within this, because the Q&A is to provide information for the committee to have in consideration as we go into deliberation.
Okay, I would like to thank everyone for their comments and their questions. And we will now move on to a deliberation.
Lacey, do you want to pull back up the spreadsheet that we were at? And I think at this point, what we'll do is we will go ahead and pull up and go through the ones that the conversation was from the committee was looking at funding, but a lower amount than what was requested. Because I think I'll say this, at least from the advisor standpoint, this is one where the survey asked the question, but did not delve into, and most of these did not provide comments about what that was. I know some of these were requesting more money. Most of them were a slight amount more than what they had previously been funded. But we don't know because there was not clarification in the comments from the committee on if the request was to fund it at a lower amount than requested, but at the previous funding, or what those were. And so I think this is the area where we're going to need to spend time and go into each of these to have the conversation. And really from those of you who voted to fund these, but at a lower level, the thought process or the rationale, so that way the committee can discuss and deliberate on it.
Bjorn, you have your hand up.
I figure since we're in deliberation, it makes sense to start. I mean, could we just start at the top of the list with campus activities?
I mean, we can. I do want to say, because I know there's in the chat here that Eunice put out there, that Eunice made a motion to watch the video that was sent. And again, because you all have the ability to do that, you all, if you vote on it, we can do, because obviously that would be extending it beyond the 2 minutes. And so there is a motion to share publicly the video that was sent to us.
Seconded. Sorry, Eunice, I didn't see it.
Sorry, I want to make a motion to watch the public video on YouTube to watch all together.
And so we have a second.
Any discussion before voting? Oh, thank you for the screen. Thank you. All right, so all in favor, please show an electric digital hand. Okay, all opposed? All right. Anyone abstains? All right, the motion passes. And Joey, you said you did have the video or no?
We do. I think we're trying to share right now. I believe she's
Yep, just give me 1 second here. I'm gonna try and share my screen and hopefully the sound comes through.
Okay,
If you
thank you.
check the button on the bottom left of the share screen window, it says share computer sound. It should come through.
Oh, there it is, share sound. Okay, hold on 1 second.
And the current president of the Central Washington University Horn Club. I would like to address the committee this morning regarding the possibility of placing the music department's request for base funding for the next quadrennium on the do not fund list. Several of my fellow students and I have concerns about this and concerns about the rationale for that the committee has expressed as of the meeting on Wednesday behind that. And I would like to address a couple things briefly during the public comment section of this meeting. And the first thing that I would like to address is that the use of these services and activities-based funding exists almost exclusively for extracurricular music department travel. And I believe that this is an important distinction to make because the nature of the travel being extracurricular means that we cannot request this funding from other places in this university. We are not allowed to use any money from the provost's office for any non-academic travel, which extracurricular travel does not fall into that category. We cannot really use the department operating budget, while as big as a $4 million operating budget looks, when all of that goes towards paying faculty salaries, staff salaries, and basic building operating costs, there's not any money left in that budget for any sort of ensemble travel. And most donations to the music department or to the College of Arts and Humanities, we can't use either. As I'm sure is familiar with people in other departments, a lot of donations and grants are tied to specific requests on where that money goes. And so most of the money that we would potentially have access to, and that was suggested by the committee last week that we would have access to, we actually don't. And it's book-eared for something else, or we would not be able to access it for the purpose of extracurricular travel. And I would like to clarify that point before moving forward. I would also like to just add that services and activities is where most extracurricular travel on campus is requested, and that is primarily what we know that this fund is for. And to basically say that if we are requesting money for travel, this is one of the main places that we would be able to do that. Travel in the music department is a highlight of our department and is very important to the continuation of the music department, to the continuation of the outreach that the music department does, to the continuation of the recruitment and retention that the music department does, and to the building of the community both on the central campus as well as outside of it. Travel attracts many people to this department, especially from out of state. We have a plethora of out of state musicians who come from across the country to this specific department in Ellensburg, Washington to study. Trips also help our retention rate. Lots of other music departments don't get this kind of travel opportunity, and these trips, these extracurricular trips that are funded by the Services and Activities Committee, are one of the reasons and one of the facets of our department that keeps students attending Central Washington University. We use these trips for extensive national outreach as well as local community outreach. In 2019, the Central Bands went and performed at the National Association for Music Education Conference. This was in 2019, and we shared the concert with the AC Davis High School. There was a very close tie between the high school and the Central Washington University Music as far as community support, volunteer work by the Central Washington University musicians to help coach sectionals and such with the AC Davis High School, as well as the conference program that supports both local communities, influencing local students who go and see them to potentially audition to this music department, as well as connecting with music educators from across six states. I would like to specifically address as well the notion that students that are not necessarily music majors do get to go on these trips. Last year, although it was canceled due to COVID, the trombone club was going to take a trip to Japan that was funded by the Services and Activities Committee, in which 25% of the students going were non-majors. And this group was one of only 5 groups that were invited to play at this specific conference. At the trip in 2018, in spring 2018, to Benaroya Hall, the music department took several ensembles, including jazz bands and the wind ensemble and the orchestra, as well as every single student, major or non-major, who was enrolled in a choir program at the time. And that provides such a powerful experience to those students who, although they are not music majors, still got that experience of travel. I would also like to add to this aspect of invited travel that the Central Washington University Orchestra has been invited to perform this next December at the Midwest Clinic, which is one of the primary and biggest music educators conferences in the country. This orchestra is the only West Coast orchestra to be invited to perform here at this clinic for the last 90 years. And so this is huge, not only for our department, but for this university, with the widespread impact that this type of trip has on the students going on the trip, as well as any potential central students who see this group at that conference. I would like to also address that although our music department does request a great deal of money from the Services and Activities Committee, and we definitely do acknowledge it, and would like to thank the committee for the constant support that we have received from this committee, or this committee. That the money that we request does get put to good use. We request a lot of money because we are a very active department. Um, our department is not just one entity, but it's built up of a lot of smaller groups. We have at least 15 registered clubs that are all different types of organizations that are students. We have different types of ensembles that regularly perform. The music department hosts many different types of events, such as like Women in Jazz Day at our university. Uh, we push professional development programs such as the National Association for Music Education Conference. All of the music department clubs do all sorts of outreach programs, and the music department offers hundreds of free concerts every year, literally hundreds of free concerts every year, or concerts at a reduced price to Central students. And this is possible in part due to the funding of the Services and Activities Committee. The experience of getting to go on these trips raises the level of excellence in this department, and allows us to do all of these different activities and events that spread their impact across the university. I would also like to briefly mention that in comparison to the amount of money that we take out as a department of the Services and Activities Fund, we put in far more than we take out. Every student at Central Washington University pays $237 a quarter for the Services and Activities fee. On average, the music department here at CWU has between 300 and 350 music majors per quarter. And at $237 a quarter per student, that averages to $71,000 to $82,000 per quarter coming from the students of this department. And that expands then to $213,000 to $248,000 per year, and up to $850,000 to almost $1 million per quadrennium brought in by the students of the Central Washington University Music Department. And so in comparison to that number, a request for a $70,000 a year base fund does not seem that unreasonable for the amount of work and outreach and events that our department puts on using the Services and Activities money. And I would like to conclude my thoughts with the notion that the $70,000 base sum is both beneficial to our department, as I've explained, but also beneficial to the Services and Activities Committee. In the past, 8 years ago, before the last two quadrenniums, the music department was actually asked by the committee members to request base funding instead of submitting a ton of smaller requests. And that request by the Services and Activities Committee, I would like to I guess reiterate that was the idea of the committee in the first place. Thank you very much for your time, and please let me know if you have any questions whatsoever.
Thank you for sharing that. I think now, Christian, I think we're moving, and I don't remember if it was Bjorn, if you were making the recommendation to go to, excuse me, campus activities first, or where we were with that. So I apologize jumping in there with you, that motion.
Yeah, it was my bad. I didn't mean to step on Eunice's motion, but as much as I want to cover the stuff that we have already discussed, like it's clear that there's more information. I also want to adhere to the schedule of the meeting and like do the split stuff before. So I'm kind of conflicted, but I'm just suggesting we start with campus activities because that's, you know, top of the list alphabetically.
So the request, Bjorn, is to move to the ones where there was a split discussion on first, before going to the partial funding. Is that what you were requesting?
Yeah, I'm also trying to open it for discussion because I don't feel qualified making that decision for the entire committee.
Does anyone second Bjorn's recommendation?
And really at this point, we don't really need to vote on which one. We're going to have to discuss through either one. So for you all, whichever one you all feel you want to delve into first. Both of them are going to be long discussions, but because we're going to need to go through them individually as we look at them. So either way.
Eunice, it looks like you had a comment in the chat. You want to?
Is it possible I want to make some comment about not the recommendation, about what I see on the Q&A chat? Is it possible to do? I want to do comment about it.
Yeah, you absolutely can, Eunice.
Everybody, thank you. This is Yunus. I am the one of the committee member, and I am an international student. Me and my other student friends in this committee, we have been working on this committee since September, and I know that we all trying to make sure that your all voices are heard. But I see some comment about the vice president, Brandon. I know him since last year, and when I see the comments that about that he is not represent us, I got very sad, because in the first end I am a senator and I know how he works. For you all, maybe most of you guys don't even know what student government does, but when I see the comment that he is like discredited by his phone, but as an international student, I know that how he works hard, and all your voices are heard about anything that I witnessed that. And when I see that comments about Brandon, I'm not saying this because he's in committee. I am saying this as an international student, as one of the member of the committee. I know that some of you guys gonna be mad or happy about today's decisions, but this is not only Brandon decision. We are here like more than 10 people sitting on the committee, and when you guys judge someone by just seeing on the video is not good to say, because if you guys witness what he was doing for whole year for you guys in the COVID-19, you guys gonna think that he's the one of the best vice president ever in the student at school. Again, I'm not saying this. I am his friend, or I am saying this because I am a member. I am supporting. I am saying this as an international student who study here second year. please next time, I mean, it's a freedom of speech. You guys say anything you want. I respect that. You can even say bad things about me or other people. But when you say something about for someone's personality or someone's position, please think second twice, because you guys really don't know much about Brandon. If you guys know, you probably not gonna say it. Thank you. Sorry, I talk too much.
Bjorn, I see your hand up.
Yeah, I'm kind of rescinding the motion to start with the campus activities, because I think that the elephant in the room is the music travel, and also to a possibly lesser extent the Wildcat Films, which was also in the Do Not Fund list. So I'm going to suggest that we continue our discussion from Wednesday night about those, in the interest that we could, well, the field has shifted a little. So I think it's worthwhile considering them again. Even if we don't consider them like right now, I totally want to discuss them at some point today. It's only fair. I don't know what that qualifies as a motion. I guess I'll move to do the music department and then the Wildcat Films in discussion. At least discuss some, maybe. I apologize for clearly being very anxious.
No apology needed, Bjorn.
So if I'm not mistaken, we wouldn't need a motion. We could just go in, right, for discussion?
Yes.
Okay. So unless there are any objections, let's talk about the music department. And Bjorn, you have your hand up?
Right out of the gate. Last meeting, I noted that the range of the music department was limited, but I also poured over my notes like just now. And so per Dr. Shiver's presentation, I apologize if I'm mispronouncing your name, Dr. Shiver, or I'm just going to call him Todd, Dr. Todd. There's a total of about 750 students over 34 ensembles that are serviced by this travel budget. I know that the music department has somewhere around 300 students. So even assuming that every student who's a music major is in an ensemble, there's a lot of students who are also not music majors. So I think that's worth, Dr. Todd did not provide us like a distribution of majors versus non-majors. That was one thing that couldn't be clarified because ensembles vary. But I think with this mathematical deduction by King of Math, Bjorn Pelmir, I think it's worthwhile considering that the reach of the music department's travel funds is definitely larger than I previously assumed. So I think it's worth getting that out there.
So I guess I wasn't here for our last deliberation meeting when we were talking about the music department, but I would like to note that while I'm an out-of-state student, right? And when I was looking for colleges, I was looking at things that interested me, and I'm a philosophy major, but one of the things that popped up on my radar was CWU's music department, because it is truly excellent. We have a really wonderful music department, and I do think it's important that we are able to support student travel for the music department, even if we're not able to do it in full. It would be very unfortunate, I think, to cut all funding for the music department travel for students.
Are there any more comments?
I mean, I want to say about music department that I don't have any interest or any experience about the musics, but my roommates, my ex-roommate's father and mother is a professor in the music department. Their last name is Blaisdell. while I know them, I know that music departments do a very good job for the service and activities, and I see what they do when I was taking bus. They are doing like a training. Also, I see in the football games. I mean, basically music departments. I know that. I think so is the one of the good programs in the Washington State that as a students, because like many students when they come to Central Washington University, they look at sports, musics, arts. So yeah, I think, and I know people that from music department that they are very unique and cool. So yeah, I mean they do very good job for our students, for ourselves in national and in outside of school. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Eunice. And Brandon, you have your hand up.
Yeah. I definitely want to say I appreciate everyone who like spoke up about it. I guess like preemptively before I go into it, I just want to say like we know a lot of facts and there's a lot of numbers out there that I guess like people kind of like say they know and we don't know. But I just want to know, like, again, we're reiterating to like the scope of this request specifically and then the scope of S&A. This is specifically just for travel for ensemble students, so purely music majors. And I just want to like go back to S&A and kind of like what we're standing for. And we're standing for kind of what is, yes, extracurricular outside of the classroom, but also for the greater student body. When we think of like, I guess, base funding a music department, a department over any other academic department, it definitely raises the first question of why fund a music department over any other department. And I know that's a huge ethical like question that I think we definitely need to explore more, because we can't say one student in a department is greater than another student. It's just not right, and we shouldn't kind of like basically fund it in a way that kind of resembles that, I think. As well as we should see if this is like truly like wrong or right to basically, in a sense, double charge students. Music department is funded through our tuition, our state dollars, which is what we pay for. And then we also have the S&A, which is our fee dollars, which is student money. Do we want to double charge the students for the academic funding? And so really what I think S&A was for is for service and activities that tuition and state dollars cannot cover. What we should do, I think, is force the conversation with the university. We don't fund this, so it goes up to PBAC, it goes up to the president, and we're forcing them to have the conversation on if they believe if this ensemble travel is truly important for the music department and the experience and within COP. Obviously, we know there's a lot of processes outside of this, but what I think is important is that we force the conversation. We force the provost, we force the dean, we force everyone, the departments, to have that conversation on if it's important, because there is money there. We know it. There's definitely a whole bunch of different processes, which I won't go into, but the money is there. And even if it's not, it can come back to us and we can talk about this situation again and rediscuss it in a different scope. But I think right now, we should definitely force the university to have a conversation. Do they think this is important? Is it right? And then for us, is it right to have the students basically pay twice for an academic department and basically not do the same for others? And so I think this is like a conversation that we need to make the university have, and also a conversation that we need to have ethically. And do we think it's really the right way to spend S&A dollars? Does it align with kind of like our mission, our purpose, our values? And so I know it's easy to kind of like feel the pressure, but I know with all of us that we need to think of, is this relevant for the money purpose? And so I think right now the first step is really to say no, and we further the conversation and we can see where it goes from there. And so for me, I just don't think it's right to have this blur between academic departments, the academic world, and then our student life with our service and activities money. And so that's why I don't think we should fund it. And I'm going to say that for all academically tied requests, I don't think we should fund it. I don't understand how we should basically have, basically pay to have them here through our tuition dollars and then try to pay again so that they can have something that only that department, only students in that major can benefit from. And with that, I'll open up to some further discussion.
Okay, I saw Bjorn's hand up, and then we'll go to Joey and then Messina.
Forgive me if I'm on the wrong information here, but it was stated at the beginning of this meeting that S&A covers co-curricular and extracurricular activities. Joey, are you able to clarify on that one?
Yes, and I'll touch on that. That was part of what I was going to say. So I'd finish the rest of your comment or question, Bjorn, because I'm going to answer that in a second.
Gotcha. Given that this is certainly a co-curricular activity, we established during the questioning period that it isn't directly tied to a course credit, but it's certainly an educational opportunity, and pretty excellent educational opportunity, I will note. Like Ben O'Ryan Hall, that's sacred ground. Like, I'm also going to note that the way that funding is distributed in the College of Arts and Humanities is on almost exclusively on a per student demographic basis, so as to avoid like personal interest getting in the way, which means the music department is funded for their number of students. However, music, I think we can agree, is like it isn't as cheap per student as, say, history. So I think in this case, it's justified that we provide aid for the co-curricular activities. Take it away, Joey.
If it's okay, Christian, I want to make sure Messina gets a chance to speak. So I'll let her go first.
Sounds good.
All right, thank you. I guess I would just like to say that, Brandon, like, I do agree with you. We need to have more funding from the university on the university level for the departments, and that is super, super, super important. And it's not something that's happening right now, like to the extent that we need it. But I'm hesitant to say that I think that we should completely defund the travel for music students. And if we did it, like, I'm not sure how it would work out, but I just don't think that it would be in our best interest to get the university to fund the music department student travel by defunding it completely, because it is a rather large number. And as far as university funds, I'm not sure that that would go over super well for the students. And I guess also, as far as like whether or not it's just like majors that are able to participate in ensembles, like, I do know that if you have the skills, like if you are like a bassist, you can go and audition for different jazz ensembles within the music department. So it's not just music majors. And I'm not sure about any numbers on how many non-majors do audition for different ensembles. And I think it'd be fair to say that the music majors are rather skilled. So it would be kind of a hard, maybe like a tough audition. But it's not just for music majors, and not only music majors participate in those ensembles.
All right, and then I believe it was Joey, then Brandon, and then Lacey. Did you have your hand up as well? Okay, so Joey and Brandon.
Before I say my part, I do want to share so others can see it. And if you didn't see, we did have 2 comments from panelists in here. Jess had shared, I would like to note support for what Brandon's saying. The supplemental information testimony provided does not really negate that it has a limited accessibility for students. Students are getting double charged. I hold a similar stance on funding for academic departments. And Deanna shared, I agree with Jessica and Brandon. So to make sure those are there for the committee to consider. On my side, and so to go to 2 pieces here, as I said, I'm gonna provide perspective and push back a little on things. One, I want us to be mindful as we're talking about the academic piece that we're not using this broadly for 2 reasons. One, the academic funding is really not something we have any say or consideration over. And as Joel shared, and I don't want to go too in depth on this, I mean, there is a funding piece here where some colleges have money and some do not. That money, even with what's shown in reserve, some of that by the deans is earmarked within things, and they have some discretion, but not always as much as it looks like. The S&A committee also has a pretty substantial reserve fund, as a reminder, and our funding is limited in what we can provide it for, which is only things that fall within the RCWs within that. And so while we have a large reserve, we can only spend it on certain things, which is where it's important for you all to make sure we're using those opportunities. And to answer your question, Bjorn, yes, I mean, these are things that are covered. I mean, if you all pull up the Killian, it gives details. So it is intended for service activities, which are defined as extracurricular or co-curricular. And specifically the Killian itself talks about, in terms of examples of permissible use, traditional and time-honored activities such as, and you're going to see a lot of commonality with what we have here, but I'm going to read this, such as student government, clubs, student government or programming organizations, activities or events, health and wellness programs, retreats, conferences, musical, dramatic, artistic, debate, and forensic presentations of an extracurricular nature, and then as well as student publications and other mass media initiatives. And so these are pieces that I think it's mindful for us to be aware of that fall within what is permissible and allowable within those. And as I said on Wednesday, being mindful of, and again, it is your voice as the student representatives on here on where you go with this, but that we don't necessarily have an ability to say or tell others to fund. So our decision would simply be whether or not we are going to continue funding or not funding, or funding at a lower level these programs with no guarantee on what other actions may take place.
Thank you, Joey. Let's go to Brandon and then Lacey. And then Brandon, I just want to be clear, just for clarity for everyone watching, could you explain what we mean by double charging?
Yeah, and I mean, Lacey can do it too, but we pay as students our tuition in our state dollars. That money goes to the academic side of the university. As students, we also pay fees. We pay the student activity fee, and we pay like the rec fee, pay the wellness fee. That all goes to specific things. And so really students pay tuition and we pay our fees. And so that's two different sources of money. With this request, we're already paying tuition to basically fund the academic side of the music department COF. And now if we were to use our S&A money, that's basically meaning both student money, basically charging them twice to go straight to the music department. And then you think about like the equity issue with that. Is that something that's fair to all students? Are all students okay with that? Are we okay with that? And so it's basically being like, our student, is it right to basically double charge students so we can have ensemble travel? And that's kind of like the question I want us to all talk about. And then I also kind of wanted to touch on what Messina said, how she's like, the colleges need more money. And I was like, I totally agree. But that conversation, nothing's going to change unless we force the conversation. And that's what I'm saying. We're just a recommendation committee. Obviously, everything can come back. This is just the initial conversation with all of this. All of this. This is just the initial conversation. We need to create change and positive and equitable change in the university. Of course, we support this. I'm not saying we don't support ensemble, we don't support music. Don't get me twisted there. We have supported, but should it be funded through S&A? I don't think so. I think there are other ways this should be funded. And that's what I'm saying with this recommendation of not funding it. We force the university to have the conversation, whether that's subvention, whether whatever it is that's out of our scope. Remember that that's out of our scope. But what we can do is make sure that student money is being used in an equitable and fair fashion. And I think for us to do that is by not funding it and forcing the conversation on the deans, forcing the conversation on the provost, forcing the conversation on the president. And even if they say no, it comes back to us. And then we can have the conversation again of, should this be base funded? Should this be supplemental? And I'm just saying, like, there are many different answers to this, but what I'm saying right now is that although we support this, I don't think this should be funded through S&A. I don't think it's fair. And so that's what I'm trying to push. is that it's not saying like it's the end of the world or anything like that. I'm just saying support this, but this shouldn't be funded through here. This should be funded in another way, in a way that makes more sense, in a way that's probably more fair for students, the greater student body. And that's why I'm saying, like, is this really the way that the S&A money should be spent? And so that's why I want to put it on everyone and have everyone like ask themselves that question and see if they can answer it, because that's how I feel. And I think that's how we create significant impact on campus, is that we force the university to change. We force them to fix the inequities, like we're saying, between like all the colleges. That won't happen unless we we take action here. And that action is by saying no and forcing the university to take action, to have a conversation, to change. And so I think this is a larger issue, and that's why I think we shouldn't fund it. And we're just talking about Greg, all student travel. Yeah, and I mean, it is okay for this to go to supplemental, and I think that's a whole different, I think that's like, if we should make this go through the whole process of the recommendation process, and if it comes back to us, then I think this could definitely be a supplemental every year. I mean, just like one big supplemental. Obviously, like S&A did that quick thing to make one big one, but I don't think this should be base funded. And this is just student travel for music department ensembles, not all student travel. Just to answer Greg. But yeah, that's my stance. Like, is this ethical? Should this be funded through here? And I don't think it should. And I don't think it's ethical. And with that, I'll open it to further conversation. Or I guess Lacey's next.
I am going to jump in really quick, not to make comment, but something that was in the Q&A that I meant to type answer and click live answer. So I want to make sure, just so the panelists are aware, but also the attendees, because they cannot see it, is all of the public comment is being left there in the Q&A to be able to view. There's a question on that, and I know you all can see it in there, but just to be clear for those watching.
All right, let's go to Lacey and then Bjorn.
Okay, so I've got a couple of comments. One, kind of working myself backwards. Messina had a question in the group where, when you say that it can come back to us later, I just want to clarify that it would come back to us asking for supplemental funding. So just as a reminder to the committee and those that are watching, there are two funding options for S&A. One of them is base funding, which is what we're talking about today, and then the alternative would be supplemental. Now, kind of going back to the reminder of what we've talked about previously with the supplemental budget. And again, I want to preface that I know that we're not here to talk about supplemental, but just to remind the committee that, previously the committee has actually kind of been in favor of, potentially delegating that down to a different department to manage, because it has been, frankly, almost near impossible to manage all of the requests. So when we're thinking about what should be supplemental versus what should be base funded, I do want to remind the committee in that conversation, and this was back in the fall and even last year, that it is going to be something that can be difficult to manage. And that's mostly coming from an administrative, timing, process. And the other thing that I wanted to highlight on is, Brandon had mentioned something about basically the students being charged multiple times for certain things. So I wanted to highlight that, yes, the academic colleges are funded from various sources, and one of them being primarily state tuition, what we would call state funding. Now, even though some of that in regards to comparing the S&A fee, it's not as strict as what the S&A fee is intended for. And Joey mentioned that it's really intended for service and activities. The state funding can be a little bit more broad, but it is specific to go in to fund activities within the classroom. So that is identifying academic credit and that academic credit load. And we have talked as a committee multiple times about what that means. And so just for everybody to kind of have this in the back of their mind, This funding is supposed to be intended to be outside of the classroom. Any activities or services that the students believe that they need would be outside of that academic call or academic credit load. So when we're thinking about funding sources, I just wanted to be clear. And if there are any questions from the committee members, please let me know. We can talk more about that. But again, as a reminder, we are here just to talk about the S&A fee and what that should be allocated to and support. Thank you.
And Bjorn, did you have a question?
Yeah, I wanted to clarify. Henry's video stated that S&A is the only potential source for funding for travel, but I wanted to clarify, if it can't come from the College of Arts and Humanities due to net zero budget, and if it theoretically doesn't come from S&A, is there any other place that it could come from? I don't know if, I mean, Lacey just said ask questions, you know, elsewhere, so I don't know if it's like okay for me to voice that, but.
Yeah, I'll do my best to answer that. I mean, I think that's a very complicated question because each service and activity, each situation could potentially have other options. We as a university have grant funded options. We have other, state mandated things that are really outside of what I would say this committee is looking at. So I can't speak 100% that there would be potentially other options, but I can say historically, this is where the option has been for the music, programs. And it's not necessarily the music department, but it's, whether it's clubs or ensembles or whatnot, this has historically been their option for funding.
Thank you.
Any more questions or comments on the music department? Bjorn, you have your hand up.
Yeah, would this be the time to make a motion?
And that's what I was just gonna touch on. So I'll kind of answer that. I mean, essentially, again, as you all are going through this, keeping in mind that none of this is final, but if there's not a motion, essentially we would move on to the next topic and this would remain where it is. If someone is wanting to move this from where it is currently placed in those 4 categories, there would be a motion and a second and a vote on that.
In that case, I'm going to move to, sorry, Messina, you can go first.
Okay, sorry. Thanks. I was just gonna say then, I guess, like when we're talking about supplemental versus base funding for the music department, I think it would be like if it's manageable for like supplemental requests coming in, then I think that them asking for funding through the supplemental funding requests would probably be a good way to go if we decide not to base fund them, because then they're still able to ask for funding and it's not, I guess, like a total no, but we are still able to kind of, I guess, yeah, when Brandon is talking about what do we want to fund ethically, and like when we're talking about what do we want to fund that is completely outside of the classroom, student travel is outside of the classroom, but since it is connected to these in-class ensembles, I do understand the ethical dilemma there. And I think it would be more apt for them to ask for supplemental funding.
And Joe, you have your hand up.
Yep. And Messina, I'll share this. I mean, I would share it now anyways, but I also know you weren't able to be there Wednesday. From the historical precedent side of this, the music department and the ensemble funding years ago traditionally was funded solely from supplemental funding, that they would come in and make those requests. The committee, and I believe it was 8 years ago, did request that they do a base funding given the sheer volume and amount within that. So at the time, and so, and again, you all on the committee, but just to provide that historical context, is it was funded, and that's why it does fit very similar to some of the other supplemental requests the committee has heard in the past. But given the volume and the timing needed, because some of those requests, anything over $25,000 has to, after the committee and PBAC, go up to Board of Trustees. which only meets once a quarter. So it does limit some of the ability. And again, so from the context, that is why the committee recommended 8 years ago that they request a supplement, a base funding budget to help not only streamline, but avoid some of those challenges.
And Brandon, you have your hand up.
Yeah, I'd just like to kind of further support Messina's, I guess, like statement, and that I think it could be supplemental. I know Joey was just saying like 8 years ago it became base funded. I don't know if 8 years ago that was the right choice, because there was a larger problem at hand, I think. And I was like, could this find funding elsewhere? Instead, it was just kind of like S&A being overloaded with supplementals, which is a huge problem. And I know it's a process, kind of like a process issue, which is, so it's not a student's fault or anything to blame. But as probably the music department already knows, like they can group it into a larger supplemental, which they can do. I think what's important is that this isn't, we recommend this a no for base funding. So the university has the conversation of, is this important to them? I know it's very closely tied to a classroom. I know it's not exactly tied to academic credit, but if it's truly important and enhances the music department's experience, I think they should have that conversation and explore new ways of trying to get funding. If it goes through the entire process and it says no, then I think it could go back to supplemental. I just don't think it should be base funded. And I think that conversation needs to be had on the university level. And so really, that's where I think we should kind of keep it as like a no fund. And if it comes all the way back, it still can be supplemental. We have a large supplemental budget, and I think it's appropriate to use it for supplementals. But I don't think we should use base funding for this for the next 4 years. And so with that, I make a motion to keep the music department request in the do not fund section.
Messina, you have your hand up.
Well, I guess there's a motion on the floor. So.
Well, and just to be clear, Brandon, we don't necessarily need a motion to keep it there. It would stay there unless there is a motion to move it.
Okay.
Yeah.
I just sent the motion, so Messina can still talk.
Okay. I guess one concern that I do have is I don't know how we can ensure that the university will have the conversations that we want them to have. And that is something like that I would worry about if we were to just say no base funding at all. And so I'm not sure if we could just I guess I'm sorry if I'm like backtracking on like some of my decisions or words here, but I guess I'm just kind of exploring the thoughts. But I think it might be good for us to do a portion base funded and all the rest goes to supplemental. I don't know if that's something that we could do, but when it comes to making sure that the university is having the conversations that we want them to have, that we need them to have, we need people to go and represent that and talk with the university. And that would be really, really great if through this decision they were able to have these conversations, but I just worry that that would not happen the way that we want it to.
And then I think it was Joey, then Lacey, and then Bjorn.
A couple things on here. First off, to respond, what you just said, Messina, I think it's important that, again, on our end, not just with this, but with all of these, that we be mindful of. The only part where we have any direct say and influence is in this. There is no guarantee on funding or not funding of programs beyond us or any pieces of conversation. And so that I think is important. I am going to touch on two comments that were made in there just for clarification to make sure. And I think this may have already been said, but I know it's multiple people have put it in the Q&A. And so it's clarification that those in the ensembles and things are not all music majors. It includes majors from other departments as well. And also to clarify, and hopefully the committee is aware of this, but for those in attendance, this discussion is just on the base funding for the music department, which is for ensemble travel. Marching band and pep band are two separate base funding requests as we look at it. You all do have the ability, again, touching on what you said, Messina, to provide an amount for base funding. It's already how this works, is anything they need beyond what is allocated does come as a supplemental request forward to the committee. And then the last part on here, and again, I'm going to keep reiterating this probably throughout the day, is making sure we're mindful that we're not just restating things. If we're speaking, it's really to provide additional information, not to restate the same statement because it's already been shared with the committee. And so making sure when we're saying that we're bringing up either new or different perspectives or information, but not just reiterating what's already been said.
And then Lacey, and then Bjorn.
Oh, there I go, struggling over the mute button again. I just wanted to talk a little bit about the conversations that, Messina made, a comment about, maybe the intent of the conversation wouldn't necessarily take place based off this. And, when it comes to the presentation that would be following the S&A's vote to PBAC, there is decisions at the university level that would need to be made. And I just want to reiterate that the entire university is walking into, has been living a financial crisis since COVID. And so that is going to continue until, we get out of this a little bit, and we are prepared and we have talked about this, but just about, just the same conversation as our fee would be the same conversation that the entire university has. And I guess the short version of what I'm trying to say is that there's a limited amount of funds. And there's a little limited amount of funds per the funding source. So I will, continue to advise the committee to do the best that they possibly can with this funding source that you are tasked with allocating out. So if we can, continue to focus on the S&A fee and the limitations and the capabilities that this fee has on all of our students, that would be my advice for today. Thank you.
And Bjorn, you have your hand up.
Yeah, I had a question for anybody who's been on this committee for a long time, since 2008 when I was still slinging Pokemon cards. Given that most of the committee members never sat through the deluge of supplemental funding requests, did those represent a substantial problem to the committee? Was it clogging us up administratively? I just want to get an idea of what it was like.
And Joey, you have your hand up.
Yes, I mean, I can answer the best I can going back, not quite to 2008, Bjorn, but for the last 8 years, I mean, yes, those, and I do know because when this change took over, was here within that, it does take up a considerable amount of time with the number of requests, because as you all have seen this quarter, the supplemental process is very similar to the base funding in that groups have 10 minutes to present their request, 10 minutes of Q&A, and then the week after is when we'll have 10 minutes of deliberation. That's where it's a little bit different because this is now 9 hours of deliberation at the end. And so with the number of requests that come up, it definitely did create a massive amount, but also honestly, the biggest bottleneck at the time with the music ones was also the challenge of those are often big number expenses, meaning they have to go to board of trustees. And so timing of those did become a challenge for the committee of not only the sheer amount they had to see in process, but to move it up within that. I think in all honesty, and this is where we have some members who have been here more recently with Brandon and Greg and Josh and others who have been here, is we've probably seen a higher number of supplemental requests in the last 3 or 4 years in general, which is also putting the burden on the committee in a similar manner, but not as specific.
Eunice, I see your hand up.
I think it was a mistake, sorry.
That's okay. Are there any more comments on the music department? Bjorn, I see your hand up.
Yeah, if nobody else has any more comments, I'm gonna make a motion to fund the music department at $63,000, which is what they requested the previous quadrennial. Not going all the way up to 70,000 yet, but 63,000.
Any seconds? All right, seeing no seconds, the motion does not pass. Can I see a comment from Messina? Can I ask for an amendment? Yes, you can.
Well, to clarify, because the motion wasn't seconded, there would be amendment. So you would be making a new motion now, Messina.
Oh, okay. Then what if we base funded the music department student travel at like $24,000 less than what they asked for? And so when in supplemental, they can ask for supplemental requests, but it doesn't have to go up to the board of trustees.
I'm going to second that. Oops, sorry, Eunice.
I seconded.
Yeah, any discussion before we go into a vote? And just to clarify, that would be at 46K, this new motion.
Excuse me, sorry. Did Messina motion 23,000 or 46,000?
46.
Can I just remove my seconded? Is it possible?
I mean, yeah, I believe there were two who seconded Eunice. I could be, so
Sorry.
it would be Bjorn who would be the second on this then.
Any more discussion? All right, seeing none, let's get into a vote. All in favor of Messina's movement to fund the music program at $46,000, please raise your electronic hand. And all opposed? And all who abstain?
Just to clarify, wait a sec on the abstain, there you go. Thank you. There were some hands that were still left up.
All right, so the motion does not pass. And Eunice, did you have a question, a comment?
No.
Okay. So moving forward, we're going to talk about other split categories. Is that right?
Well, I believe Bjorn earlier, the two he had. And so just to clarify, at this point, the music department funding remains where it's at for the moment. But I believe Bjorn had requested that we also look at, was it the Wildcat Films one that was in there? I don't want to misquote you, Bjorn. I'm looking at the list.
Yeah, Wildcat Films was the other do not fund, since we were going over the previously funded ones first, that we started to discuss on Wednesday, but it hit 8 o'clock and we got to sleep, so.
So we move into discussion on Wildcat Films being in the do not fund category currently.
All right, so any opening comments on the film, on the Wildcats film? Oh, Eunice, I see your hand up.
Yes. First of all, I want to say thank you to student media, like I included Pulse, the newspaper, and other student media departments. I really respect what they do, and I am the one of the person keep reading and watching their news. And I really support them. But for the Wildcat Films, I am here second year. I never heard about it. I am sure that the most of the students at the university doesn't know anything about it, include the clubs, organizations. Even the website is not updated long time. I mean, I know that there is such a exist calls Wildcat Films, but is also, how can I say, is also offered as a class by university, which is the students are paying credits plus getting some the fees, the projects they do. I mean, still there's they are, I mean, I believe that they are doing stuff and they're gonna be helpful for their future career, but I don't support that it should be S&A funding them to, because I mean it's offered by school, but I just don't find the right position for the Wildcat Films only to fund. So my comments for the I don't wanna. I mean, I don't, as a student, I'm not supporting funding Wildcat Films only. I yield my time.
All right, let's go to Brandon, and then we'll go to Bjorn.
Yeah, I just like speak in support of Eunice and just kind of further his point. I mean, after sending out that S&A survey that was open throughout for a couple weeks, we got over 450 usable responses, and the majority of them all kind of didn't deem it essential. So it was like most of them, the highest voted category was in the 5 out of 10 range, and then the second was a 1 out of 0, like 1 out of 10, and 0 being like non-essential to students. There was also a mass majority of students who didn't say they were aware of Wildcat Films, or obviously didn't use Wildcat Films. So I mean, to think of like how we want to spend our money as like an entire student body, it seems like the overall student opinion is that they don't deem it an essential service to them, and it could probably be, although we support it, I don't think it should be funded through S&A either.
And Bjorn, you had your hand up.
With Wildcat Films, like per Brandon's survey, like I didn't know what it was before I hit S&A, but it's certainly low impact for the campus community as a whole. But I also want to consider the fact that it's like co-curricular, and for students in the film studies department, it's like an incredible opportunity. And I also want to mention for consideration the fact that Wildcat Films tends to collaborate pretty extensively with the Ellensburg and Kittitas communities as a whole. Now that, I think they said that one of the projects was related to the Kittitas Fire Marshals Department. Now that certainly doesn't fall under S&A because it's community outreach. But I think it merits mentioning in that they certainly have a sphere of influence, and it may be worth considering in terms of potentially other funding sources. Yeah, it's on the table. Apologies for my discombobulation.
Any more discussion or comments on Wildcat Film? Joe, you have your hand up?
Yes, and I think the only thing I'll say here is this, as long as I'm going to say with others, most likely as we come up, is just being mindful. Again, you all have seen, and I appreciate Bjorn, I think you just commented on it, the responses from individuals, that clearly there are individuals who have had a very direct and strong impact, not just from this program we're discussing, but from all of them. And so to be making sure we're taking that into consideration, and going back to the part of being mindful that some of these programs we're looking at are going to be directly impacting small populations versus the whole campus. And that's where you all are trying to determine whether or not you all see the value in the amount of money that's being allocated for those, knowing some of those pieces. But every one of these is going to have a direct number of students who are impacted, and then a peripheral impact to the campus as well, which I think have been pretty clearly articulated from those who have sent public comment and communications in advance.
Bjorn, I see your hand up.
Yeah, I'm pouring through my notes here, and Wildcat Films requested a substantial increase, which I regarded with alarm when I first saw it. But I think it's worth noting that this quadrennial that's just ending was their first time getting funding, if I'm correct. And I think it may be worthwhile to at least consider giving them kind of a maybe not expanding to the full 47,000 because that's a lot of money, but I think it's worthwhile noting that they are just starting to get off the ground, and it may be worthwhile attempting to, give them a little bit more time to establish their foothold, for what that's worth. Thank you, Lacey. For those who can't see the panelists chat, remember the increase in their request is due to funding a full-time employee. Currently, the employee is paid out of the Observer and is only partially funded by S&A. So that's worthwhile considering for the implications of potentially funding part or all of their request.
And I see Brandon's hand up.
Yeah, and I mean, Lacey just kind of pointed out, and that's what I kind of wanted to say too. I was like, I guess the majority of their increases for a full-time employee, and it's like, do we as students want to fund that through S&A? And then I know you're saying like, an impact for small select people. And then I was thinking, S&A, when we're thinking of, I guess for the greater student body, and the majority of the people who use that service, again, are kind of highly, I guess, like they have to be part of a course and go through proper training and all that to use the equipment. And it's, again, just kind of like, to me, we already kind of set the precedence already with like the music department. And so for us to kind of say that this one's different, just doesn't sit right with me. And then also, I mean, just us as a committee, do we think that impact is worth using kind of the S&A dollars, or could it be funded through something else? Maybe like fees or just a different source of revenue or money. So for me, it's like, I don't think, although we support it and it does do great things for the students who are, I guess, taking part in it, but for the majority of the students who don't even know it exists or don't utilize it, I don't think we should use S&A money for it. As well as like being, I guess, like congruent, or the consistency with our voting too, I think is important.
Are there any more comments on Wildcat Films? Eunice, you have your hand up.
Also, another, I mean, the main reason as a student, I don't support of fully funding them, because students are paying for the credit, and you have to be the film students. I mean, I respect the film students so much. I know that they will be amazing people in the future, but why the department using the money that as the students are paying for the full-time employer? And this is, I mean, I don't support. I feel like if I know that it's gonna impact the students, I don't have any problem with any student media. But when they came to presentation, I mean, I basically was thinking about my fellow friends, that we are paying the money for the full-time employee. I mean, I don't support that, because for me, even the 1 cent is important if it's impact the students, because none of us, like, some of us may be rich, some of us, but there's a lot of students that they are carrying even 1 cent. Like me, I'm an international student. I pay maybe more money than most of you guys here as an international student, and I don't want to see my money goes for some kind of employees, not for impact the students. So again, I'm not gonna. I want to make a motion. I mean, I don't know. Should we make a motion to not to funding, or we just gonna pass it?
No, Eunice, same thing I said earlier. At this point, it's currently in the category for not funding. So there
Okay.
wouldn't be a motion needed.
Then I want to make a motion to pass the other discussions. If I don't know, is it possible to make a motion like that?
I think I'd ask for the clarification on what you mean by pass. At this point, we're going to jump because we have not had any discussion Wednesday or today on the split discussion pieces or on the fund, but at a lower amount than requested one. And so we need to make sure we're diving into those. The reality of how this discussion is going to go is it will circle back. And I know some questions and things have been asked. I mean, we're going to get to a point at the end where we have decided what we are going to allocate at that point, and Lacey will have the dollar figure there. And it is highly likely that there will be additional funding still available, which will bring us back to some of these discussions, which is why I keep saying nothing is finalized until the end. I am going to make two quick comments here. One, unless there's anything else on this, I am going to make a recommendation for you all, given that it's been 2 hours that we're in this. And I don't know if people need to, but that we take a brief, at least 5-minute break for a bio break for those who need it. Additionally, I want to make sure you all are fine with this, because in going through, we were keeping the public comments in the open Q&A so you all as committee could see it. However, in doing that, realize from the tech side that that means that those are not viewable to the panelists to see what questions and comments have been made. So I am likely going to here after the break go through and move all those into the answered column. And so I'll make a mark on there. They're still there for you all to view, but right now we have 300 questions, or not questions, but we have 300 public comments that you all can see, but the public cannot. And so for the transparency side of that, I just want you to know they are there. They're just under the answered column is where they will be, so that way others can see them, because there's been multiple requests from those in the attendance to be able to see the comments of others. So so with that, I mean, I don't want to interrupt the discussion. I want us to finish what we're discussing here on Wildcat Films, at least for the moment. But without a motion, we kind of move on. But before we move on, I think it's probably beneficial that we take a 5 or 10-minute break and then come back in so that way people can do whatever they need to do for the moment.
And is there any more comment on the Wildcat film? All right. Eunice, did you have your hand up? No, okay. Okay, so seeing none, 5-minute break. That sound good?
Yep. So we'll come back, and I'm probably going to do this a few more times just because we are going to need to take breaks as we're going through this. So this is not.
Thank you. Very much needed.
Yes, thank you, Joey.
And thank you for the background music, Frank.
All right. Looks like
I think we're all here.
missing. Okay.
I saw Greg pull his
Yes.
face.
Yeah, I saw his face. Yeah. And Deanna says she's here. Perfect. You can lower your hands now, everybody. So, back to it, I suppose. Unless any comments from Joey or Lacey about anything we need to be reminded of, something like that.
The only two things, I mean, one, just as I said before we took the brief break, I'm going through all the comments to mark them. The ones that are really serving as public comment, to mark them as answered live, so that way they can be seen by everyone and move to the answered. So you will see those slowly moving over on your end, but those in the attendees will see them populating into the answered part of that. The only other part for me is again, I think, as we move into this, being mindful of, we're having discussion with where we're at right now. Lacey has the spreadsheet and what the dollar figure is, as we get to it. And some of these are going to be things we're going to come back to. I mean, in all honesty, with where we're going, I would anticipate that what you all are going to come to initially is going to be quite a bit below the 7.4 million annually. And so there's going to be a number of discussions for us to come back and to revisit with what we're going to allocate that money to, from things that either we were looking at funding less or not funding at this point. And so I know this was the conversation at the beginning, and Bjorn brought up there. For me, I don't know where you all would prefer to move the conversation to next. There are the two categories, is either the fund but at a lower amount than requested, or the split. And the split is kind of all over the place as we go into it from the survey of there was not a consensus. Some of them are going to be ones, and we'll have to look at those all individually, that some were voted to be funded but not funded. And so it's that wide of a spectrum, and others were voted to be fully funded or partially funded within there, but there wasn't a consensus. And so for me, I don't know where you all would like to spend the time. Either way, I mean, there's a logical part of my brain that would prefer we go to the ones that we're going to fund but at a lower amount, so we have that dollar figure set out, and then jump into the split funding within those. But I will leave that to you all. But each of those, we're going to have to go one by one through the category. And so I would just, again, caution stating whatever we need to stay that's there, and then letting others speak and move through them, because again, we do have quite a bit more work to do on this throughout the day. But I don't want people to feel like they cannot speak, because if we don't have any conversation, I am gonna poke and prod those who aren't talking to speak up. So
Can we just, like, for example, make a motion that approve the one we already surveyed, like a funding area, the one like we decide to fund? Not we didn't decide, like we surveyed, like automatically. Can I say, like, can I wanna make motion that funding all the group that I mean, I don't know what to say, but like, I hope you understand what I mean.
I think so, Eunice. And so, I mean, to clarify, as we're looking, and we're just going to use the, Lacey, if you can pull up the fund, but at a lower amount one, so I'm a visual person. And just so you all know, I'm looking because there are two screens here, so I'm not ignoring you all. This is where my spreadsheet is, and this is where all of you are on that one. So depending on what you're asking, Eunice, I mean, you can go in as we look at these. I think these are going to be ones specifically as we talk about the lower amount where we have to have some conversation to clarify from you all, because there's not, and there wasn't enough in the comments from the survey. So, and we'll use campus activities as an example. I'm not saying we're discussing it right now. But it's hard to know if the vote to move it into fund but at a lower level than requested was simply meaning to fund it at what it's currently being funded at, the 193 instead of the 202, or if there was some other consideration. In terms of the funding, if you're meaning the larger part, really, we do it all as one recommendation, Eunice. And so we have those that are under the fully fund category right now. If you can click the fully fund to open it up. This is what is here, given the conversation that we had currently. And so unless there's discussion on moving things, really what we'll do is the deliberation today is about setting where things will be and what the dollar figure are in between. And then at the very end, we make a motion to move forward this recommended base funding allocation, which is the full thing, because it will get tweaked and changed as we go throughout to look at how we get to that 7.4 within it. So if you have a group of things that are in there that you're wanting to move to fully fund or move here, then yeah, that would make sense as a motion. If they're already in the fully fund category for this, we wouldn't move because that's all going to be part of at the end, what our full motion is.
Okay, thank you.
So I believe there's a comment saying we should go to the fund, but at a lower amount. So unless anyone objects, I would agree with that recommendation.
And so I think my recommendation to you all on this is let's just go down from the top down and plug these in, and Lacey's going to get there where we have the piece and you all discuss, but each one of these is going to have probably some discussion and motion on what it is. But I would like for you all, specifically those of you who on the survey marked it as fund but at a lower amount, to share what your rationale was. It would be great if you do, and there's consensus and everyone's like, yep, that's what I marked it down for too, when we have the dollar figure. But as we go piece by piece on these, I think that's where we're gonna have to go.
Leave the open that screen things. Is it possible?
What was that, Eunice?
We keep the open the Excel, like you said, I am also a visual person, you know.
There it goes.
Thank you, Lacey. You are the best.
So at any time, if you want me to stop sharing, you can either message in the chat or just let me know.
I mean, can I make a motion that, like, for example, Pulse Magazine, Observer, and TCW to make a motion that the number figure that 21 budgetary, for example, like Observer was 56,000. I want to keep it as a 21%. Can we do like that? Not the increase, just keep it the same amount.
You can, Eunice. I mean, I think when we get to that, I mean, it's up to you on the committee on that. You can make the motion. It may be that each one of those we end up talking about individually, though. If you're all on the same page in favor, then that goes quickly. But
the reason
you can do
they
that.
all same department. That's why.
What was that? They're all what?
They are in all one department, right?
No. So the ones you're looking at on there, KCWU is not. That one is in under student success. But Pulse,
yeah.
Observer, are those the only two that are in here? Those two are in the same under communications.
Okay, sorry. I thought KCW is also communication too. Sorry.
No worries. I mean, so with that, I mean, do you want to start discussion on those two then, Eunice, and making a motion to fund them, but at the amount they're currently being allocated is what it was, and then we can have discussion.
Okay. I want to make a motion to start the discussion about Pulse Magazine and the Observer.
I second.
And to be clear, we can start it. We don't have to have a motion.
Yeah, I was
We're
about
just
to say.
discussing it. Yeah. I mean, unless you're making a motion, Eunice, to fund it at the current fiscal year 21 allocation, that's when you make the motion, and someone can second and we can discuss that. But it sounds
Okay.
like that is what your at least discussion point is for those two under student media to fund them at their current funded amount.
Yes.
So any comments on these two specifically?
I think it's just like similar concerns as what we had with like an earlier one, is that the majority of the increase is to go to an FTE, which is someone who's already kind of tied to the department. And it's just like not exactly where I think our money should go, when we should have that line between the academic world and then kind of like the student life. And so for me, I don't think it's an appropriate use of S&A money just to, I guess almost like double the salary of a current employee at CWU, especially when like they already have to be part of like the I guess those classes and like the work that they do in those classes transfers over to the work that they do for pay into the Observer and the Pulse magazine. So for me, I don't think I'm comfortable like just increasing the fund just so that they could have a higher increase for their, I guess, their advisor, and also just like how they just like have the mentality of asking, because it's like you don't know unless you ask. And I was like, to me, that's not enough reasoning to ask for like another, like, I guess, like a full-time salary on top of your job. So that's why I think keeping them at the 21 current allocation, like Eunice was saying, is appropriate.
There is a question in the chat. I'm not sure if you saw that, Joey, if that's what you were going to talk about.
It was. That's what I was going to touch on. I mean, just to clarify within there, I don't know if this changes what you were saying, Brandon.
No.
The position they were requesting was not a faculty position. It was a staff position who provides the financial support and advice to those student media areas, not the faculty advisor.
Yeah. Yeah. And to clarify, yeah, the increase is not to like increase pay for student workers. It's for the admin, which I guess it doesn't really change for my reasoning too.
And Lacey, I see your hand up.
Yeah, I just wanted to add a few comments based off of my notes. And so one of the rationales of the increase, just so that the committee can be refreshed, was that the position is actually 100% supports all of those departments. So currently it's only partially funded out of the Observer for fiscal 21, but they during the presentation, they referenced that they help administratively support the Pulse, Wildcat Films, Central News Watch, along with the Observer. And so that was kind of the initial rationale of behind the split funding for that position out of 4 programs. So hopefully that made sense.
And Joey, you had a comment? Okay.
No, I forgot to take my hand down.
All right. Any more comments on the Pulse magazine and Observer? And just a reminder, we are screen sharing, so if you could raise your hand electronically, it would help smooth out comments easier. Oh, never mind. All right, Bjorn, I see your hand up.
To clarify, so the request that was submitted by Wildcat Films, Pulse, the Observer, and Central News Watch is they're parts of a whole. And that whole will pay for the like coordinator kind of position.
That is correct. So if we saw those all together, you would see all 4 of those areas. It has an increase, and that increase is not necessarily a salary increase. It's just redistributing the cost of that position across those 4 programs.
I see, because 20% comes from the Observer already. Okay, that makes the sense. I'm going to mention the tremendous value that these services have to the students, in that I especially want to focus on Pulse and the Observer because they're up for discussion right now. Both of them are a huge source of student voice and creative expression in the case of Pulse. The Observer has a long history of, amplifying the student voice and getting people involved on campus, which I think is a really important thing that we cannot underlook. It is worth noting, I do want to measure the benefit that this coordinator will have to these departments. I don't know if there's any concrete way to measure that, but I think it's certainly worth considering, even though it's theoretically it's a staff position. Staff positions do have benefit to students and student positions. Consider the fact that S&A Council wouldn't run without the pro staff who are really helping us along here. Thank you, guys. I think just because it's a staff position doesn't mean it isn't covered by S&A funds.
All right, any more comments on the Pulse and the Observer? All right, seeing. Were you asking to make a motion, Eunice?
Yes.
All right, and what is your motion?
I want to make a motion to keep the Observer and Post Magazine budget as same as FY20 current allocation, which is the Observer $56,375 and the Post Magazine $20,530.
All right. And any second to that motion?
Does it need a motion because it's already there?
It would need, because these ones are all going to need a motion, Bjorn, because we don't have an amount on what that lower dollar figure is.
I see. Okay, then I'll second it.
All right. Any discussion before a vote? All right. Joey, you have something to say?
I mean, this is more in general with each of these, just to go off of what I just said. Each one of these, we're going to have to vote and say that we can't, there's going to have to be a motion and something that gets passed by you all, because there is not a dollar figure set for any of these ones in here. So we are going to have to vote. And then if there's not, which again, if you all are not in agreement with the amount, that's fine. But then there needs to be discussion on a different amount to fund each of these at.
Okay, so all in favor, please raise your hand. Okay, and all opposed? All right, and all abstained? All right, and the motion passes. All right. And Lacey, could you bring up that spreadsheet again?
Yes, she is. She was signaling.
Yeah, I saw it.
Okay.
I think talking points that we should definitely cover. One, from just kind of like the voice of like the student body, I think a lot of people are questioning like Camp CWU. So I think that's with like the rec one, how they like they're all grouped together. I think just wanted to cover that and talk to you all about like the true impact of Camp CWU on campus, and if that's like, should that be funded through S&A? Although it has like multiple funding sources. And then the other one, which I think should be have more time of discussion, is the West Side Student Life, because it's a handsome increase because of what they're trying to do. Almost like I don't know, I guess add some positions in there. But the real question is like from students is like, have the West Side students really used and engaged the West Side Student Life to really like warrant this big increase? And so from like the survey, it doesn't seem like many West Side Student Life or West Side I guess students really used Student Life. So I definitely wanted to talk to you all and find if you deem the value of increasing it to where they want it to be. And then also, I guess just with Camp CWU, a lot of students had like the same concern. They're wondering like, why are we paying for it? And so I think those are two things we could talk about and then come up with a dollar figure for.
Which one do you want to start with, Brandon? Because those are two very different.
Sure. We can definitely start with West Side Student Life just because it's going to take more time. I think we can see that it's going from 257 to 600, which is pretty big. I know we had like notes. I can't remember which day they requested, but it was like looking at the survey. A lot of like the students who responded from the West Side like didn't even utilize West Side Student Life. So I wanted to like talk on that and see what you all kind of feel about that as well. Hearing like the student voice.
Eunice, I see your hand up.
Hi, for the West Side student level, I have a lot of friends who study in the West Side campuses. I mean, not Ellensburg. I mean, I find the amount they requested is a lot, but also I mean, I also would like to support that. I mean, some funding should be available for First Life Student Life to make sure that it's gonna be useful for the students. Maybe it's a little bit more than the 21, but not 700K, because students from West Side, also students for Central Washington University. We are maybe different campuses, we are different buildings, but we all under the Central Washington University. Maybe it's not going to be that kind of student life as a Lensburg campus. Maybe they are not more active as Central universities because of the location differences and the resources not available for them. But I also want to keep the bridge between Lensburg, for example, current student director life, Ashley, she's a student government elected official from West Side, and she did great job for the West Side students as a student government. I mean, I am saying that the proposal budget for upcoming years is a lot, but I also find the 21 budget low. So I want to keep it between that numbers, but still again, one of the promises that Brandon, when he was running as a student government, not only Brandon, for all student government, there's promise that make sure that all student voices are heard, and they are trying to do that already. But again, I make sure that this some funding gonna be available, even though they're not gonna use it, in case they use it. So, I mean, because I want them to have a resources that we have, and none of the students are left behind. This is what I thinking as a student. And I yield my time. So I keep forgetting.
That's okay, Eunice. Bjorn, I see your hand up.
Yeah, I'm looking, this is specifically at West Side Student Life, and I think that the issue here is one of educational equity, given that the center campuses have traditionally been underrepresented and kind of ignored by those of us on the Ellensburg campus. I mean, I'm totally guilty of that. I think that investing in West Side Student Life is a worthwhile endeavor, in that student life is one of the most important dimensions of a university in terms of, like, students. So obviously there is a really steep increase here. I kind of wanted to, having stated my position, I want to boil down what produces that steep increase. I'm seeing that they want to hire a fully online staffer, which is commendable because we have students from, I mean, especially this year, but even in normal years, we have a lot of online students. I would like to know from anybody who took better notes, what else the jump in funding would help to facilitate, because I just want to see that quantitative stuff.
The minutes are also in the Teams folder.
Yeah, and I mean, I guess just to touch on the conversation we're having, I definitely agree. I think maybe, going like interpreting the data, maybe not a lot of people use it because West Side Student Life just never had the capacity to really maybe like interact with students of the West Side or online. So I guess like using kind of like what Bjorn was saying, like investing into them. If we like deem like, investing in these 3 new full-time positions to be specifically within West Side Student Life, I mean, maybe we'll see like interaction and like the student experience increase and just be better off on the West Side. So that's pretty cool. I think it's really more just changing the conversation. Do we believe that, this is worthwhile, I guess, investment of an extra like 400 or 350K a year type thing for the next 4 years? So really, I guess just turning it, do we believe this will truly make the West Side Student Life experience better by increasing it by this much money? Or do we not think so? And it should be kind of funded the same and keep the same organizational structure? It's kind of like what I'd like to hear from you all.
Like, oh, sorry. Is there anybody raised their hand, or can I go for it?
Go ahead,
So
Eunice.
I see the one of the comment by Ashley Sue. She's saying that we have both full online and 3 campus to cover. Having extra position is so important to keep. Also, every said that Westside Student Life is asking for funding for 3 new positions, full-time positions, support the Eastside campuses, and A3, I don't know what does that mean, but the time position to support peace and GBLM, and full-time position to support online campuses, which is, it shows that we really need to funding them because of the keep it and increasing engagement, especially COVID-19 crisis. I'm gonna talk about international students. We have a lot of international students studying in our Linwood campuses, other campuses. Our majority international studies there, but unfortunately, we don't know what they are doing due to COVID-19, and the engagement is not that high as we have. Even though in University, our engagement, our events not get that much attention. Again, I still find the amount they're asking, I don't know, I found too much. Maybe we can share the budget for the other places again, but I also support that. I don't know what my idea is, that I want them to have money, but I don't want them that much money, but I want have the students have a resources as well, because I am thinking that my brother is gonna come study in the Linwood campuses next years. So I want to make sure that me as a student in Ellensburg have a resources as they have. So I think it's gonna be important then consideration this topic. And I yield my time again.
Messina, did you have your hand up?
Yeah, I did. I just wanted to say that I think it's really important that West Side students have a strong student life center, especially just because, like, as not like the central Ellensburg campus, they're not like as immediately connected to the resources that we have here in Central. And I think that like funding them so would make it possible for them to be able to have the same amount of resources that we do. And I think that's really important.
All right, let's go to Joey and then Bjorn.
One thing I just want to make sure was clear, I think it's already been said, but just to clarify, depending on what you all are looking at. And so first off, you all have the ability when you're looking at funding to set an amount. Especially because this is asking for very specifically the increase is for these 3 new positions. You all have the ability to just give them a dollar figure and let them figure out how to best, or say we really see the value in this specific position. And so we're wanting to fund that and being that specific. The other part, and I know we're talking about West Side, but the request is for West Side, East Side, and online for those positions. So just to be clear with what it is they're looking at on it.
And Bjorn, you have your hand up.
Yeah, I was just looking at the survey data, and the comment that was left is, I don't think students on the West Side want more student life positions. I think they want financial aid, career counselors, and advising at the same level as Ellensburg students have. This should not be funded out of S&A. I want to find out what West Side students' opinions are, because there's certainly departments devoted to, say, career counseling and advising on the West Side. I don't know the best way to figure this one out, but.
Go ahead, Joey.
I mean, to answer that a little bit, Bjorn, I know when they did their presentation, Lauren and Michelle shared that there was some survey data that they had gotten. I can't remember if it was just West Side or if it was all centers and online, but they did highlight some of the key important pieces, which were things like career services and things. I mean, so it was a twofold. It's hard to say, and this is where it's always difficult because our students, and this is a generalized statement, which I apologize because I hate making them. But our students at the centers have different backgrounds, and so sometimes have very different needs and wants for to support them in their student experience. There is the survey data. I think this is also part of where it would be the responsibility of someone in these roles, in the student life role, to identify the needs of that population and respond accordingly. So the programming and things this position would do at the Linwood campus or at JBL or others is probably going to look very different than what Student Life would do on the Ellensburg campus. It may not be, but that's part of those roles, is to identify those needs and then meet those programming pieces.
Any more comments?
I want to make a motion for the Westside Student Life to set up the. Can you open the Excel again? Our lovely advisor Lacey. Thank you. You're the best. Westside Student Life. I want to keep it the number 4. I'm just gonna randomly say, but I don't know why I'm going to say. I want to keep it to $400,050 for the Westside Student Life for the budget.
To clarify that, Eunice, is your request to put it at $450,000 as the allocation? 450,000?
Yes. Sorry, because English is not my first language. I don't want to say 4 million or something. So I am saying 450,000.
Yep. Got it. Just want to make sure it was clear. So motion to allot the Westside Student Life tentatively on here $450,000 annually.
Any second to that motion?
Seconded.
Seconded by Bjorn. Any discussion? All right, seeing none. All in favor, please show a hand. All opposed?
And this is where we'll go slowly with these to make Christian's life easier, is the transition between the two. So any opposed, make sure to have yours up.
Yeah. So 1.
And then
any abstentions?
You all are real quick on the trigger sometimes, which is helpful, but also can be hard when we're transitioning between whose vote was under which category.
All right. Motion passes.
Can I ask a question?
Go ahead.
This is a weird question to ask, because also last year S&A meetings, I keep seeing that, and I respect everybody's vote, but I'm just curious, is there a reason that Josh is always abstain?
I'll let Josh answer that if he wants to. He touched on it a little bit on
I've
Wednesday.
seen the S&A last year, S&A too. I'm just curious.
Yeah, most of the time I choose to abstain. My philosophy is that this is student dollars, and that you all should be making the decisions on how you're voting for this.
I'm sorry if I offended. I'm just curious, because I also see you abstain last year as well. I'm just curious about it.
Yeah.
Thank you so much.
All right. And then I believe you guys wanted to talk about recreation next.
Yeah, I mean, just kind of going from like what we've heard from the student body and like the survey, a lot of people are just confused on what Camp CWU was to begin with. They didn't know what it was, and then after they looked it up, they were confused why we did this summer program. And I mean, I guess I can let Joey do like an overview of what Camp CWU is, and I know the request is for student salaries. I guess like the counselors or something that kind of take part in Camp CWU over the summer. But I just knew like a lot of students were just like, what is Camp CWU? Like they knew all the other parts that are associated with rec, but they really had no idea what Camp CWU was. So I just wanted to hear from like you all, just kind of like what we were similarly doing. Like, is this something that S&A should be funding? I mean, Camp CWU also generates income, I guess, from, the parents and stuff that sign up for Camp CWU. And it's more of the discussion of, it's like we support this, but should this be funded through S&A? Like, do we see this impacting the student experience? Do do we see this really drawing in maybe students or interesting students? And it seems like for a lot of people who took the survey or like interacted with S&A, they were, or not S&A, but ASCW, like they're confused why they funded Camp CWU with their S&A dollars. So I definitely wanted to like hear you all's approach, like maybe why you think we should, or if you like, I guess, agree with kind of like students, with, I guess that.
Yeah, I
Brandon,
see.
sorry.
I'm sorry. Yeah, I see Joey's hand up, and then we can go to you, Eunice.
I was just going to touch on what you had just said, Brandon, to give some clarity. I know they came and presented. I know this year with it being combined into one, they touched on it. As you can see from the spreadsheet that's up here, the S&A allocation for the Camp CWU part specifically is $17,000 out of their about $170,000 budget. The majority of it is coming elsewhere. What this does in terms of the S&A side of it, and this is an oversimplification because I'm not doing their 10-minute presentation on it, but it really is a summer camp piece that is facilitated and run by the rec center and has student employees who are the ones working at it, which is part of the funding piece that's within here. But it is for students, college students who have children, or it is also open. So it serves as under the category of S&A funding. It could fall under not only student employment, but also the child care pieces of it, which is an allowable piece. And Lacey can probably provide more details.
I can add a couple of things. So I think Joey really hit on kind of what this is, right, when it comes to Camp CWU. But one of the things that I want to bring up, and there's quite a few categories that kind of reference this, but historically, this has been something that the S&A committee had funded from the beginning. And so before this funding cycle, it was something that we called flat funding. And so it was almost somewhat, the dollar figure has not changed since, I think it was 06 probably. And so it's just been something for the committee in the past that has just shown support of the program, not necessarily as financially supportive, which you can see. So based off this financial report, $153,000 of the revenues actually charged to other individuals. And so they do give a discount to students, current CWU students who have children who might potentially utilize the service, but then they also charge full rates to others as well. And so the majority of the funding is for student payroll. There is goods and services in there that offset some of what we would just deem as programs for the students. And they kind of went into that, but that can be, any kind of activities that you think for the children of the students. Does that help answer some of those questions? Okay.
And Joey, did you have anything else to add? Okay. Eunice, you can go ahead.
I just have a question. Do you guys hear me? Yes. Also, let me open my camera. Okay. My question was for Brandon. I think you were volunteer for the camp summer things, were you? I was remember right.
Yeah, I guess personally it was ELP. ELP is under CLCE. That's strictly for, I guess, like new coming students or first year. So it's kind of like a completely different thing, and it's a program, not like a whole separate base funded thing. But yeah, it's just, I guess, to reiterate what I wanted you all to maybe like kind of like see how you all felt about it was like similar to the other students who came to ASCW. So like, I mean, do you think we should be funding this? Like, obviously, it seems like they got funds from elsewhere too, but it's more of with our money. It's not saying do we support it or do we not support it, but do we think like it should be funded through S&A? And it's just kind of like, do we see this being like impactful, and should be, I guess, funded through S&A? So I kind of want to just like hear everyone's, I guess, like how they felt too, because I feel like a lot of students just kind of like are confused, and so it was something that I definitely wanted to touch on and see if we wanted to clarify, because if we don't have any reasoning on like why, I guess why we don't think we should fund it less, then I think it probably should be funded the full amount. And that's probably with all of rec.
Okay, thank you.
Bjorn, I see your hand up.
I'm also going to emphasize the role that being a CWU counselor, and according to the minutes, the funding for Camp CWU, all the $17,000, is to student staff training. It's an incredible opportunity to, interact with children, especially for people in the education and childhood development courses. So there's certainly a benefit to the employees as well, who are all students.
Go ahead, Eunice.
There was an Excel open about the only recreation, not the one the lower. There's a one Excel Lacey open about the cutting the budget for the like IM sports, other things. Can we see that again?
Yes, I'm fumbling, but I'm getting there.
Yes, no problem. I'm gonna send all members to Turkish Delight after everything is done. I promise. Okay. So I just have a different opinion about the CWOO. I mean, I don't think SNA should funding that. Plus, the reason I am supporting that we should funding but lower amount is that sport clubs and I am sports, they are getting some kind of fees from the students for participation. And there's a additional funding. And for example, due to COVID-19, we will have a normal back, but we have been okay. Sorry, there's some comments. Okay. However, I mean, I will support that lower amount little bit because I mean, I know the recreation center have to have a budget to keep the engagement, such as I am sports, sport clubs, OPR, but also they have their own self-support fundings available as well. So I don't want to just only CWOO the reason that we're gonna cut some funding. Say some reason I don't want it be this only reason that we're gonna say okay for the lower amount.
Eunice, would you mind saying that very last sentence again? I kind of missed it.
I just don't want it to only be CWO to be only reason that we all gonna be. I mean, if we voted that, it's gonna be the only reason because I just don't want to think only because of the one thing to budget. I mean, if we're gonna funding amount and we wanna cut it only because of CWO, I wanna say the less funding, whatever they say. But I also wanna see the impacts about the IM sports and sport clubs. I mean, because we are not sure what's going to be happen for next 4 years. So and I mean we should worry about it's all separate categories. Okay. Okay. Just forget whatever I say, okay? Yes,
Bjorn, Eunice, do you have anything to add to that or no?
I mean, I think like what Eunice is saying, it's important that we mind that there's the admin, the IM, the sports clubs, and OPR too, if we want to talk about that. I know I was just talking about Camp CWU specifically, but yeah, it's important to talk about all the other requests too, like Eunice was saying. So if anyone, I guess, like thinks we shouldn't fund it the full amount on any of those requests, we should definitely talk about that too. Yeah, if not, then we can probably move.
Yeah, definitely. Bjorn, I see your hand up.
Yeah, I think it would be worthwhile to examine OPR, especially vis-a-vis the student survey that was sent out, because OPR is, I mean, it tends to serve not just students, but the community as well, which makes me wonder if it falls directly under our jurisdiction. Of course, 12,000 is not a whole lot when talking in S&A terms, but I think it merits at least a little bit of attention.
And Eunice, did you have a question?
No. Oh, sorry.
You're all good. You're all good. Any more comments about recreation? Christina, did you have your hand up?
Well, I did earlier, but I don't really have anything to say, I guess. I was just thinking through things and then I was like, oh, never mind.
Okay. Any other comments?
Can we see the Excel that how much they are requesting again for the other one, not the one we just were looking at, the main one? Okay, thank you. I mean, it seems like they are wanting the less money than last year. It's interesting.
Yeah, I mean, really, the goal is just I just wanted to like talk about it and think about it because like if we don't, I guess like if we see that it should be funded, then I think we should move it to fully fund. But if we don't see the essential like impact or we don't think like some of that should be funded by S&A, then I think we could like, come up with a dollar amount. So, I mean, really, I guess like hearing everyone, it seems like, Camp CWU still has benefit and could be funded by S&A. So, I make a motion to move all of like the rec, I guess like the collective amount, the 731 up to fully fund.
Any second to that motion? Second by Messina. All right. Any discussion before voting? Seeing none, all in favor, please show a hand. Six, all right. And all opposed? Anyone abstains? Josh, did you have your hand up too? Yeah, okay. All right. The motion passes. All right, Lacey, could you, thank you. Mind reader over here. All right. Anything you guys want to talk about next specifically?
I want to talk about, I mean, if everybody campus activities.
Campus activities, okay.
I mean, I believe that campus activities is the one of the most important things for the students' engagement. And I just want to know about why we all, even though myself, why we majority people wanna funding but lower level. If there's any reason I wanna see, I just wanna know what is the reason.
Any comments on that? Bjorn, I see your hand up.
I was going to ask if there was any kind of comments submitted with the survey. But now that I'm looking at the survey, I guess I can provide that. One comment: impacts the entire campus and students and provides quality programs both online and in person. I assume this was somebody who voted fully fund.
And I would touch on that, and that's the only comment we had. And as I said, several of these that it's fund, but at a lower amount than requested didn't have a justification. And this is a perfect example. The vote was 4 out of the 9 who completed the survey, 4 to fully fund and 5 to fund, but at a lower amount, but we don't know what that was. So, and again, as we've been looking at these, potentially the thought process has changed, but I would ask, out of those 5 who put the vote to fund at a lower amount, if you could provide some context behind what it is you were looking at for the lower amount, either the justification or the amount, I think would be helpful for the committee.
I think I say a lower amount, probably by mistake, if I remember right. But again, I mean, even though, can we open that Excel again? My mind is not same as yours about the memories. I just like to talk. I don't like to keep it in my mind. I see. So, I mean, 202K, I think, for the campus activities, because they are doing amazing events for the students, especially this year is the one of the reason that students I keep engaged online visual by the campus activities programming. Like Lacey say, is a 4% increase from current funding year, which is, I think it's acceptable because of probably for the upcoming year is gonna be like half online, half in person, and the funding is going to be different. Again, like one of the reasons that I really like Central Washington University as a student, that campus activities events, they try to best, they keep the engaged the students around the campuses. I feel like, I think we should fully funding them. Yes, and I am sorry for mistakenly choosing in the survey the lower level because I filled the form with my phone.
Go ahead, Bjorn.
I think it's worthwhile mentioning, I was one of the fully fund votes, if I recall correctly. But it's worth mentioning they have a significant rollover from this quadrennium, which is going to return to S&A unless they put in a request. They stated that that rollover comes from the brief and ongoing inability to have in-person events. So how that changes our decision, I do not know. I can check the docs to see what the amount of rollover was.
And Brandon, did you have a comment as well?
Not necessarily, but maybe it's just like something worth noting. It's just like how the students engage with it. I guess I could share the screen. I think a big one was just like not exactly the essentiality, but almost just like how much people like or used it or somewhat satisfied. I mean, this is like asking them over their entire like academic journey. Obviously, your first years it's going to be a little different, being they're all online for the most part. So like half of them never used it, but at the same time, Cambridge CWU is able to engage with half of purely online students. But then when you look at students who have been here probably, during a normal year, your third and fourth years, you still have about almost half of those students who never really used it. So I definitely just wanted to like point out just like the utilization thing. It's just like, I guess, not every student might use it, but it's also, I guess, just important to know like what is campus activity doing to engage all of these, I guess, like involved students that are willing enough to do the survey. So I'm not saying we should fund it less, but I also just think it's something to consider. Just the performance of the department, if that means like should we be fully funding it? Is it like just like using every dollar for the most part type thing? But I totally agree that like campus activity would be something that should be funded through S&A though. So I definitely don't want us to like go crazy with like the data or the interpretation, but I just thought it was like something to point out if we wanted to think about it. Yeah, Lacey.
Yes, I just wanted to highlight a couple things about campus activities. So there is a full-time position that is actually funded out of a different funding source. And so some of the, Bjorn commented that the report shows about $120,000 of carry forward left. Not all of it will potentially come back to the S&A committee. And I wanted to kind of talk through that a little bit. And the reason why is because, like I said, that position is actually funded out of the sub fee. And we actually had the entire campus went through what we call furloughs. And so certain positions were essentially not paid for summer months, so up to 2 months and potentially more. And so due to that, there is going to be some excess funding that would potentially not actually 100% roll back to the S&A committee. Does anybody have any questions about that? Now, the majority of it would, but I just wanted to make sure everybody was clear.
Any more comments?
I don't know. It's probably important to think if we leave it where it is right now, which is like funding it at a less amount, like Robbie said, that just means less events, not necessarily like losing employees, which is good, but it's more of like, are we willing, I guess, to have less events going the next year and think that won't hinder the student experience, I think. Or do we think we should keep the same amount of events and we should fully fund it? I think it's also just like maybe an easy way to go about it.
Go ahead, Eunice.
I want to make a motion. For the campus activities, I want to make a motion to not have an increase to keep same 21 budget as it is. 193,304. I hope I say right this time. Or 193.304.
Yeah, you got it. You got it. Any second to that motion? What is this? All right. Seeing, oh, nope, there's Bjorn with a second. All right, any discussion before voting?
I would just add, I want us to go as quickly as we can, but also if there's reasons you all are voting no for it, this is where you would quickly say that. And so if it's a no, because I think it should be fully funded, and you can leave it at that, simply so there's awareness on it, but.
I think that it should be fully funded, so I'll be voting no.
Okay, any more discussion?
Maybe just a friendly amendment to just do like the fully funded amount of like 202K.
So with a friendly amendment, Eunice, would you be supportive of making that amendment to your motion to fully fund it? The 202 that I can't see.
I mean, no, because should I say any reason?
I mean, you can say no, and really just for clarification for the committee, for those, if it is that you want to fully fund it, you would then vote no on Eunice's motion and then make a new motion.
Okay, so. No, because like I want to, so we cannot increase it, and maybe we can use that for increase for some other department that we didn't funding. I mean, I think it's not gonna be much difference between fully funding or the current funding, so it's actually same thing. So it doesn't matter. But yes, if you guys don't support my things, I can cancel it or whatever it is.
All right, so any more discussion for this motion, which is keeping it at the current allocation? Bjorn, I see your hand up.
Our campus activity is a valid reason for a supplemental request. Obviously, it takes longer, so it would have to be used for like the larger scheduled in advance requests. But I just wonder if that would be a possibility.
Yeah, so there's a couple of possibilities. There's a possibility for supplemental, and then there's also a possibility for the department to request to keep their carry forward. So even estimating if it was 120,000, they could come to the committee and do so. And just as a point of reference, we have had departments request that, and that will all be on the spring agendas for the committee. Sorry, to clarify, the carry forward requests will be on the spring agendas for the S&A committee.
I do see a comment in the chat. I'm going to read it out to you. This is from Zoe. I support Eunice that funding should remain the same from the previous quadrennium. All right, any more discussion? Seeing none, all in favor of the motion to keep allocation at the current level, please show a hand. All right, all opposed?
Excuse me, what was the motion again?
The motion was to keep allocation for for campus activities at its current allocation level.
I mean, is it
It was
my
your,
motion?
it was your motion.
Your motion, yes.
So I support it, sorry.
Okay,
Whenever my father, I got shocked, so sorry.
that's okay. Okay, so could all oppose put their hand up just one more time? Okay, and all abstain. All right, so the motion passes. Did you say something, Joey? You're muted.
Nope.
Okay.
I was responding off.
Okay. Okay. Aubrey, I see your hand up.
I just want to make sure I have the justification clear on this one for the documents. So what I've heard for the justification was that you wanted to use the increase to support other areas. Was there any other justifications that you would like me to include?
I think that's pretty close, Aubrey. I think I would say that the committee wants to continue funding it at the current level to support that, and did not move forward with the additional request. So that way those funds can be used for potential other funding sources.
Sounds good.
All right. Would you guys like to talk about the Wildcat Neighborhood Farm next?
Sure.
All right. All right.
Yeah, I mean, just looking at it, I mean, it's purely just to have like a student employee to help maintain, I think, the community garden was like the main request. Since I think it's more for student employment, as well as like the community gardens for the community. They help support like I guess like the programs that tackle like food insecurity around the community, I think is pretty important. As well as it's truly open to like the greater student body. Granted, that's the Ellensburg student body, not the entire student body, but for me, I think it should be fully funded just because it's making sure they have I guess like a student staff, someone who can like truly stay there, work there, and get compensated for their efforts of maintaining it.
Yeah, I agree with that. I also think it's an important move towards sustainability for our campus to fund of an employee for the student garden, so or the community gardens.
And Joey, I see your hand up.
I guess I would ask, I appreciate both of you two speaking. I mean, is there anyone who had initially voted to fund it at a lower level who could provide justification or thought? There's no comment shared on the survey with this one, so don't know. So again, this would be the chance if anyone does. You do not have to, but I think if not, then I think we'd be looking at a motion. But asking the question if anyone who wants to fund a lower level could provide some perspective.
Any more comments? Let's go Bjorn, then Eunice.
Eunice can go first. I was going to make a motion.
I just
Okay.
gonna make a motion to.
All
You
right.
go.
I I move to fund Wildcat Farms fully as requested, $12,270.
I second it.
All right. Any discussion before voting? Seeing none, all in favor, please show a hand. All right, all opposed? Eunice, did you mean to keep your hand up? All right, okay. All abstained. All right, the motion passes for fully funding. And then Joey, I don't know if you saw, it looks like Eunice has a comment. Oh, whoops. Looks like Eunice has a comment.
I guess my question, Eunice, can we not move?
I'm just asking that, can we keep it a little bit the Q&A questions in the, like before, because like I was almost looking and it's moving to other side, so I cannot find the comment. Can we keep it like maybe every 10 questions we can move the answer or something, or just wait a little bit?
I can. So I'm trying to answer the ones that are specific type of questions.
Okay.
We had moved it because the attendees can't see the questions until they're answered.
Okay,
so,
sorry.
Nope, you were totally good. I can leave them there, or I can try and provide it up there just for the attendees to know there would be a little bit of a delay then for you to see them, unless they're your specific question as it comes up. Nope.
Can we talk about the keys, the other highest one, the key CWU?
Sure thing.
I want to know more about the Brandon's opinion about this.
Yeah, like the survey about it.
Yes.
Okay. All right. So here we are with about the 480 responses. 75 of them deemed it, 10 out of 10 essential to like their student experience. You can also see, I guess, a majority of them are like about 5 and above. There's some that was like 0 and 1s. Over half of them never really use KCWU. You can see that there. But we can also just break it down by first years too. See how much like they actually use it for those people. First years, like a lot of people, I guess, don't exactly use the service as much as they do, but it's interesting to see that they use it daily. And that's for freshmen. Some of them can be online or remote. For students that have probably been here during like more normal years, you can see it go up a little bit with like the weekly, monthly. But yeah, I mean, it was definitely one of the higher responses that got with the essentiality, I guess, the 75, 10 out of 10. But yeah, it's definitely a pretty even across when students think about the service as a whole. So
Thank you so much.
yeah.
Are there any more comments? Joey, go ahead.
Same thing that I've asked before. With this one, knowing that the group had moved it from the initial survey to the potentially fund at a lower amount than requested, if there is any, and this was again a really close one, it was a 4-5 split and no comments on it. If anyone wants to provide explanation or rationale on the funding it at a lower than requested, so there's not assumptions, that would be appreciated.
Go ahead, Eunice.
I think I am I know that I did the one of the funding but low level. First of all, I want to make sure the clarification. KCW is the radio, right? Okay. So I believe that they are doing good job, especially on the election season. They did like 24 hours live coverage. I mean, they are very good in student media. But also, I feel like it's more like a community, not community like a Ellen's book that students. I don't know that. I mean, they are joining to some events in person, but like I see on the survey that Brandon shared with us that not many students have access, or not students like just interesting to see. I know that it's important, but I think we should keep it the same amount that they normally have, not increase, because it seems like that is not gonna make much difference if, even though if we increase or if we not increase. I mean, I'm not gonna lie. I have heard the key CWU only reason in the election season because my major is political science and I was involved with the student government for the election season. I was working volunteer. That's why I met with them. And I think many students are feeling same thing. I'm not gonna talk about generalization, but there's some issues that they cannot access or they cannot connect to all students. There's some reasons, but I don't know. And I yield my time.
Bjorn, I see your hand up.
I also voted to not fully fund. My concern was, like Eunice, related to basically the reach of KCWU. But having seen the results of the survey that was sent out, I'm strongly reconsidering that. I'm also considering that KCWU has tremendous outreach by virtue of being a radio station, and one of the foremost college radio stations in the Northwest. So it definitely has that impact on the greater community, which serves as a benefit to the university and the students running
it. Eunice, I see your hand up.
I mean, I keep seeing the same comments all the time in the questionnaire about all the student. It says about the polls, the observers, CNW and TCW should be the financial independence guarantees that they can use their First Amendment rights. I don't know how to make connection there. How is there was the connection between financial stability to make First Amendment things? I mean, anybody can use their First Amendment without financially or I don't understand in that part. What's the reason that how is the full amount that we are going to accept that gonna help them to use their First Amendment? They're already using their First Amendment whether no funding or yes funding. So I just don't understand the comment as a student, maybe international student. So yes, I yield my time.
And let's go to Joey, then Messina.
Two things there. So, I mean, I think, and this is also going to what Jess said in the comments there, being mindful that KCWU, while there are similarities between it is very different than the media outlets. And so I know we're talking KCWU and those. And so two separate entities within those. To answer your question, Eunice, really what this is coming from is the comment about the ability to practice First Amendment is really meaning, and I don't want to misquote, but I know this has been in a number of the communications we received, is talking about the fact that in order to be able to provide their First Amendment rights, they really have to be able to do the work that they're doing. And so to produce the pieces that they're doing, again, regardless of the media format, and to have the funding and the freedom to do that. So that way they are not being censored based on the content of what they're putting out there. And I think that's where it's coming from, is that they, in order to produce these outlets and do these things, are saying that they need the funding to do that. Otherwise, they don't have the platforms to provide that student voice. I hope that answered your question, Eunice.
Thank you.
And go ahead, Lacey.
Yeah, I just wanted to refresh on my notes just for the reason I think on the increase. So from the current fiscal year versus the 306 that they're requesting, my notes reference that there's the primary reason is the music rights cost. So just as a reminder, this budget is actually paying for the music rights. And then there's also some, we'll just say staffing costs associated with that. Now that isn't necessarily a salary promotion or anything like that. That is primarily due to health costs going up and what us accountants chalk up as benefits that basically the university pays on behalf of having employees. So those are kind of those mandatory costs associated with it. Does anybody have any questions about that?
Thank you, Lisa.
Any more questions or comments?
I guess like on Lacey's note, I think that we should probably fully fund it. I mean, that's kind of what I think, because I think that like the radio station, I mean, it costs a lot of money to do a lot of the radio affiliated things. A lot of it's because of, like, at least my understanding is a lot of it's because of like federal requirements on the airwaves. And then I think that it's important for students to be able to connect with the radio station like we have here at Central. It is very accessible and they're willing to train people, which I think is super cool, because I don't think like all campuses necessarily have that just immediate accessibility with a radio station and to learn like that.
I saw Eunice's hand up, and then let's go to Bjorn.
I mean, I totally agree with Messina. I am sorry if I pronounce your name. However, I mean, like, okay, I don't see the CWU has a same impact as Observer or Pulse magazine to students. Also, I am sure that there's a way to decrease the music rights expenses if it's the most of the reason. And I mean the thing is the COVID-19 affect all departments, everybody, students as well. I mean, I would like to keep it the same budget as they had it last time, because it should be, I think it should be some way to decrease the music rights expenses. And I think it should not be the something that we should vote for increase only for the music rights or other. I yield my time.
Go ahead, Bjorn.
The staffing increases are certainly, I mean, federally mandated. I certainly consider those worthwhile, especially because they're student positions. I do worry a little bit about the rising cost of music royalties, because music is somewhat less important than, say, student employment. I do want to build off Messina's point in that that people hear this music and they hear that it's from KCWU and they get all those connections between songs. So while music does seem it might seem kind of frivolous, I think it's worthwhile considering that people do tune in to listen to music on the radio and they do hear about KCWU. How that sways people's votes, I have no idea. Most of my comments this meeting have been me thinking out loud, which I think is useful. So,
are there any more comments? Joey, I see.
I was just saying, hopefully you all are seeing it. I'm trying to be mindful, as Eunice had requested, on not moving the Q&A comments over as we're talking about them until either one of you touches on it or we move on. But there are just a few pieces in there that if you hadn't seen, I want to call to your attention.
Use my son. Yes, I am.
Eunice, go ahead.
I want to make a motion. To keep it the current budget as it is, no increase. Sorry, I don't see the numbers. And I am sorry for background voice. My father is speaking a lot more than me.
So just to be clear, it is to keep it at the current allocation?
Yes.
Okay. And do I see a second to that motion? Okay, seeing none.
Seconded. Sorry.
All right. Any discussion before voting?
I would add there's a discussion piece that Jessa put in the comments, which I'm just going to share here because I think it was relevant. It was after the motion. The numbers of the increase are due to costs they can't control.
Yeah,
Right.
due to that, I think that we should consider strongly fully funding them, like the full amount that they requested.
Any more comments before voting? All right, seeing none, all in favor, please show a hand.
Christian, as we go through this, because it's showing that the attendees aren't able to necessarily see who is voting, can you give a summary with each of those on how many votes are in favor and not in favor, just verbally?
Sure. Lacey, is that a vote? Is that a comment? Or okay. Okay.
Well, I just wanted to make a comment that there is something in the Q&A that I would like all the voting members to reference. So just in regards to the music rights. Let me know if you want me to read it, but it's from the actual general manager of KCW.
That's the comment by Jeff, is that right? All right, so music rights are all music that occurs on the campus, just for clarification. End quote. And does that include music rights for the music department? Was a question.
I think we have to be mindful that we can't really ask them questions.
Yeah.
And I was just about to say, just as a point of order, we're in the middle of the call for the vote, not a discussion piece. And so if you can go back to Christian, I think we had called for all those in favor, and I don't think we had the vote total. So if we can
could we redo that? All in favor, show of hands. 2, 3. All right, so 3 in favor. All opposed? All right, 4 oppose. And all who abstain? Four. All right, so the motion does not pass.
So then maybe could I make a motion to fully fund KCW?
Sure thing. And I think I saw Bjorn's hand first for the second. Literals. Anyway, any discussion before voting? All right, seeing none, all in favor, please show a hand. So 5 in favor, all opposed? Bjorn, were you voting in favor of or opposed?
Sorry, I was very distracted by an Apple ring.
Okay, so
I was in favor.
Okay, so 2. All right, and Eunice, you're in opposed, right? Yes.
I
Okay.
just want my motion right. I don't want to change my idea.
Okay. All who abstain. So 5 abstain. All right, and the motion passes to fully fund KCWU.
And again, while I know it can't necessarily be seen on here with the votes, I just want to be clear because we're not doing roll call votes on every one of these. We will at the very end when we make the recommendation, which is the official vote. But for those in attendance, because they are asking, the abstention votes are coming from our faculty and staff positions. All of the votes so far we've had today, both in favor and against, have been all from our voting student members.
Bjorn, I see your hand up.
Yeah, for the benefit of the audience, there's some confusion over whether votes can be seen. The votes are going to be publicized at the end of the meeting in Aubrey's minutes, right? Because I want people to know how I voted, because it's a worthwhile discussion point.
I have not been tracking each person's individual vote throughout.
And we
Sorry.
can do, I mean, if the committee would like, you all can. I mean, the official vote, the only official motion for the day is really the recommendation of the full funding at the end. If you all would like to, you can start doing roll call votes, which with each of those, Brandon will, I mean, not Brandon, I'm looking at Brandon here, Christian, will call on you by name to say your vote yay, nay, or abstain.
All right. Excuse me. Let me see here. Nope, that's not what I wanted to do. Okay. Lacey, could you bring up the spreadsheet again? Thank you. All right, so up next, looks like the Institute for Innovation and Entrepreneurship. Any opening comments for this one?
Yeah, I mean, I'm just gonna avoid, basically repeating what I said the first kind of like couple hours of the meeting, is that, I don't necessarily think we should be funding, I guess, like something that comes through tied to an academic department. So to stay consistent, and since we set the precedent with the earlier ones, I don't think we should fund any kind of like S&A request that's closely tied, or really is just tied to an academic department like this one, with like College of Business. So.
Right.
And Aubrey probably knows my reasoning because she's got the minutes. So.
Any other comments? Okay.
I moved to, I guess, like move that request to the do not fund.
Okay. And Bjorn, you had your hand up. Is that a second?
No, I had a real quick question. I'm sorry. I proceed with the motion.
Seconded by Messina. Okay. And any discussion? I believe there's a question in the chat. Eunice, what are we not funding? We're talking about the Center for Innovation and Entrepreneurship.
And it's just like, reiterating that, we support it, but I don't think it should be funded through S&A.
Yeah. Any other discussion points? Seeing none, all in favor to move this proposal to the not fund category, please show a hand.
Christian, just to assist with this, can you read off the names of the people who vote for the sake of those in attendance in the recording?
Okay, yeah. So all in favor of moving it: Brandon, Diana, Zoe, Bjorn, Messina, and myself, and Jess. So 1, 2.
And just to clarify, Christian, you should typically abstain unless there's a tie.
Oh, okay. So let's move that to 6 votes then. 6 in favor of moving it back to non-funding. All who abstain, please show a hand, or all opposed, excuse me. And all who abstain. 3, 4, 5, 6. So those who abstain, Eunice, Josh, Greg, Sean, Terry, and myself. And all opposed were 0, by the way. So the motion is passed to move to not fund. Okay. And I believe there are 2 more in this category, right?
Yes, I believe it's, and then I won't say because it's pulling up, so I won't guess.
All right, next up is the marching band.
This one I definitely have concerns with after hearing that presentation, I don't know, months ago or like a month ago or something like that. I mean, if anyone has any questions, I mean, we got it recorded, so you could probably run it back at some time. But it's just like the notes that I took, for the marching band, the paid students are also enrolled in a credit class, so they're getting credit for being part of the marching band. So we're basically paying them to take a class to be a part of the marching band. And then it was like every student, and for those that are not paid, every student must enroll in the class to be a part of the band. Obviously, like the leadership team works longer than the classroom hours. So outside of the classroom hours, that's when they're being compensated for S&A. So it's like the work that they're doing in the classroom gets transferred out of the classroom, and that's what they're getting paid for. But I feel like that's it's not exactly co-curricular at that point. I feel like it's very academically tied, since they have to be a part of this class to be a part of marching band. And then, they go on a little bit about how they want to do like the credit breakdown in the future. But like I was very concerned when they said, it's like they had to be a part of the class, to be part of marching band, and the students who are like part of leadership, they also have to be part of that class, and they just get paid for the hours that they put in outside of the classwork. So I was just like, to me, that doesn't really follow the guide. I mean, maybe technically it does, but I don't think that should be funded by S&A because it's very academically tied to the department. So, and I mean, they definitely said that in their presentation. So, here's y'all's thoughts. I know Lacey and Joey are probably talking about this, if it's it can be funded or not. But to me, I don't think it should be, because it's very tied to an academic department, and now it's exclusively to those students who are part of that class. So it's like, should that be spent with S&A dollars? I don't think so.
All right, so let's go with Joey and then Lacey.
To answer some of the things you said there, Brandon, I mean, I'm going to say two different parts to it. One, again, a clarification on there, and then a concern that did come up from the answers in there from our side is one, the funding of the student positions that are specifically on there. I believe the way they'd answer is similar to what we have with a few others, is that the funding only goes in after they've completed the credit hours. And I know you touched on that, but I want to be clear for the committee, and it is not all members of the marching band who receive that, only those leadership ones. The concern did come up, and Lacey may touch on this. If not, I'll kind of ask her to give some perspective in terms of the response about the non-student positions, with the answers really alluding to that it looked like it was directly tied to the instruction for the academic part of the course, or at least very closely related. And if it is tied to it, we would not be able to fund those specific positions. But there was at least enough of a question I know that had come up from the committee when we were discussing after their presentation or during their presentation. So to put that out there, that part I think does raise question. I know Lisa's here, and I know we have comments in the Q&A to be seen as well. But
go ahead, Lacey.
Yeah, Joey touched on most of that I was going to say, but I do want to just reiterate is that, when it comes to activities outside of the classroom, this funding is absolutely appropriate and can be used for student wages and any kind of engagement pieces that the marching band has actually proven to do in the past. But I do also have concerns about the association with non-student payroll. and how that is associated with the academic course and the credit. Like Joey said, again, we have other areas that have some sort of association outside of the classroom, but this one would be specifically for those wages would be my concern about the appropriateness of the funding.
Go ahead, Joey.
I mean, the only other part I put, and again, because I constantly play devil's advocate even to myself, of this is just to be mindful. I think as Lacey said, marching band really does fall under, not just at our university, but in general, S&A allowable and time honored, that it is absolutely an applicable one and one named via the state as something that can be funded. The part where I think the question, at least from an advisor standpoint, that comes up is where that intersects with the academic part of getting course credit. So I definitely think it is one for you all to consider and is an allowable one and has a mass impact on there. I think the hard part is those parts where there could be crossover to differentiate between.
Bjorn, I see your hand up.
My only concern, I mean, I fully believe that funding the students who are going out of their way, this is co-curricular, if not extracurricular. I do worry about the 23,000 that is for non-student payroll. We established during the questions that the role of the faculty director is professional guidance and music knowledge, but it's a faculty director. It wasn't clear to me whether the non-student payroll goes to the faculty director or the 5 other positions, which I'm looking for an org chart right now. Okay, there's the color guard instructor and the percussion instructor as faculty instructional staff. I don't see the other 3 positions or how they're funded.
Those in the request, Bjorn, were 3 for percussion instructors. Those are the 5.
Okay, got you, thank you.
Are there any more comments? Lacey, did you have your hand up?
Yes, only because I just wanted to double check what Eunice, he had a question in the chat and I just wanted to ask what he needed clarification on.
I mean, what you said, like we can use it as expenses. I didn't understand what you mean in that area.
Yeah, so to the committee, what I just wanted to be clear kind of about the process is that the committee can approve requests for allowable S&A expenses. And so if there are items that you do believe should be funded, I just wanted to be clear that that is an opportunity the committee can come in and actually say.
Okay, thank you. I want to make a motion to fully funding the marching bands request, because I believe that is beneficial for all students, because music students.
Okay. Is there any second to that motion to fully fund marching band? All right, seeing none, the motion does not pass. Bjorn, you have a question?
Yeah, I'd like to make a motion of my own. I'm going to move that we fund marching band at, let me make sure I get this right. The amount required for student payroll and goods and services, but not the non-student payroll.
And to be clear, Bjorn, that's student payroll and student benefits because those are separate lines.
Right, yeah. Unfortunately, the student and non-student payroll benefits are lumped together on the sheet I have. So
we have them separate in the main request here. And so we can give a number really quick.
Thank you. I am navigating to that request so I can give you a precise dollar figure. I apologize for not being a little more prepared.
I believe, oh, Lacey's pulling up the the thing there. So,
Okay, with that in mind, I would move to fund it at sorry, Lacey, which one is which?
it's the 43,330.
Okay, I'm going to move that we fund marching band at 43,330 on the grounds that professional staff are blurring the line of what is allowable, but students can clearly be supported by S&A dollars.
Any second to this motion? Seconded by Messina. All right. Any discussion before voting?
Yeah, I mean, I guess just wanted to like, because I know we had a question on payroll. I don't know if it's just non-student payroll, but also student payroll where we're kind of getting that. It's right, raising a lot of concern. So maybe I'll like bounce it back to like Lacey where the question is it just non-student payroll or just kind of all of payroll?
For my clarification, student wages is allowable. The comment that I meant that I mentioned was specifically about non-student and faculty payroll.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. All right. Yeah, I definitely agree. With that, I yield my time of discussion.
All right. Any more comments?
For Brandon's clarification, my chief concern, at least here, is with the non-student paid positions. So that was why I made the motion.
Cool. I call the vote.
All right. All in favor, please show a hand. All right, so you have 4 with Brandon, Bjorn, Messina, and Diana. And all opposed? Two opposed with Eunice and Jessica. And all who abstain. Four. All right, 4 with myself, Greg, Sean, and Terry. The motion passes. All right. And I believe there's one last one in this category. The Sarah, I'm so sorry, what's the name again?
Sarah Spurgeon Art Gallery.
Sarah Spurgeon Art Gallery, yes, thank you.
And just so you all know, knowing we're here, I think right after we finish this one would be another good time to take a bio break as needed. We're also at about that 2-hour mark again from the last one.
Roughly.
So it is on my mind. We're going to make that recommendation here next.
All right, thank you, Joey. All right, any opening comments for the Sarah Spurgeon Art Gallery?
I'd again just ask, knowing that the vote on here was to move it to the fund but at a lower amount than requested. Just for clarification for those who voted in that one, because it looked like the vast majority actually did vote within that one to vote at the lower amount. Was that because this was an increase, so looking to vote it or to fund it at its current amount, or what the justification was would be helpful for those who put that.
I mean, I guess I can get like the conversation started. I mean, I think it was a lot of like, I guess students not thinking it's exactly like essential or the utilization of it. I could show the numbers if we'd like to. It was mainly the art and design majors when we broke it down by like major that really like enjoyed the Sarah Spurgeon Art Gallery. So to me, for it just to be like, I guess an increased funding for student employees, it didn't really seem like it made sense to spend our money there when it could be spent somewhere else where students deem it more essential and like utilize it more. And so that's kind of like where I'm coming from. So if anything, I would support, funding it at the same amount. If not, possibly less. But
Any more comments?
I just want to say that whatever Brandon say, I support it.
Okay, any more comments? Let me check in the chat. Messina, did you have your hand up? It's showing the green outline on your box.
Oh my bad. I was just, I guess, I think that it's important to bring different opportunities to students to experience like arts. And I think that supporting the arts is important, at least to me, and I think to a lot of the students that I've been in contact with. But I do think it's a rather high amount, so I would be in support of funding it less than they asked for, less than the request, but more than this last quadrennial.
Okay. Any additional comments? Bjorn, I see your hand up.
I'm a little bit confused about what the substantial increase was going to. As I recall, the increase was supposed to fund a pro staff position, but my notes also say that S&A funding covers student employees. So I'm a little unclear exactly what the raise was.
I think Joey can help
answer
with that.
Yep. I mean, the request, and because I made note of this, was really that there wasn't necessarily an increase. The non-student payroll was only slightly going up due to cost of living. It was primarily an increase in the goods and services and in the student payroll. And I believe they specifically said the twofold is: one, they were looking to hire more student employees, and two, to increase the goods and services to bring national and international artists in within those. And so those were the two increases: student employees to work and facilitate the gallery, and then to increase the type of art programs and things they would bring in.
Yeah. Then I guess it's kind of a similar discussion to what we had last time with like maybe like West Side Student Life. Like as of right now, I mean, we can see that there's possibly an impact, or it's like we support it. But I think it's like, do we think increasing it, like the base funding, will, you know, help them serve the students in a better way or be more impactful? Because as of right now, students do not really utilize the Sarah Spurgeon Art Gallery. People that are outside of art or outside of COB really do not use it or kind of understand what it is. So I think the question is, I mean, should we maybe think of this as like a supplemental possibly in the future versus a base funding? See how that goes. Because as of right now, the students don't exactly utilize it. And so I'm trying to like think of, should we really base fund it for the next 4 years if students don't necessarily see the impact? And so that's why I support it, but I don't think it should be base funded, or at least the increased amount. I think it should be funded the same amount.
Go ahead, Joey.
And just so you all know, again, if the way you all have ability within some of this is from what you just said, Brandon, you all can make the decision to allocate it at a specific amount, and put in there that part of the justification is if part of why you are is to not necessarily increase the goods and services by the requested amount, to put that on the table, that they can come forward for supplemental if they're looking at specific things at that point.
Any more comments?
I move to just fund it the same amount that it received last quadrennium.
All right. Any second to that motion? Seconded by Jess. All right. Excuse me. Any discussion before voting?
I have a question.
Right. Go ahead.
This question to Lisa of Joe. Like if we funding for base funding for any department, they still can come and ask supplemental funding as well, right? Any department.
Correct. At this point, we don't deny anyone to request funding as long as it's an allowable expense for the funding source.
Thank you.
Any more discussion? Seeing none, all in favor to fund this at the same amount as it has been, please show a hand. All right, so that's 7 with Brandon, Bjorn, Messina, Eunice, Diana, Zoe, and Jess. All opposed. Zoe, is that 4 or against? That was 4. Okay, so 0 against. All who abstain. So that's 5 with me, Josh, Greg, Sean, and Terry. And with that, the motion passes.
I would now, as we update this, probably entertain a motion from one of you all to take another bio break, to be able to get up, walk around, get something if you need it, sustenance and other pieces briefly before we jump into the split categories.
Should I make a motion? Should we make? Can I ask like 2 hours break? Okay, I want a 5 minutes short break for everybody who deserve it.
All right, any second to that motion? Second by Messina. Any discussion? All in favor? So I'll do let's see. That's 10 votes for yes.
I won't abstain from those votes.
It's appreciated.
All right, we're back. And if I'm not mistaken, we are at the split category now.
Yes, and so this one, again, we're gonna have to go through them individually. I don't know if you all have a preference. This one is really one, I think similar to what you all just did with the fund at lower level, is really to bring each one up to discuss, because there wasn't a consensus in the committee on whether to fully fund at a lower level or to not fund. And so I think each one will have to have a similar type of discussion of what we just did. And just so you all know, this is the last category we're going to go through here. I know we have 2 hours kind of left on the clock, and so appreciate you all for hanging in here, and for those who are in the gallery viewing, hanging in there. After we get through this part, Lacey has the running total, you'll see, and we'll see what the bottom line is once we finish this category. And if there's additional funding we need to look at pulling back, or if there's funding on the table in which we go and revisit those that are either in the do not fund or fund at a lower level portion at this point.
All right, and Lacey, I see your hand up.
Yeah, I just wanted to kind of get everybody to kind of, test the waters here on this category. So as you can see, we have a little bit of a different format than we have in the other categories. So there's actually $0 figures in the proposed allocation, just because it was too split for us to kind of estimate. But also I wanted to look at that there are new funding. So if you see a 0 in this column right here, it's because it's a new funding request. But the bottom line as it stands right now, which is excluding every single one in this category, is actually showing that we have about $700,000 to award. So just wanted to give you some context when you're going through each request.
Thank you.
Thank you, Lacey. Josh, did you have a comment, or do you have your hand up from earlier?
Hand up from earlier. Sorry about that.
Okay, you're good. You're good. Without further ado, I would like to start off with Career Services Peer Advisors. Does anyone have any opening comments for that category?
I mean, I would like to see is fully funding because advisors are important. for student success. I yield my time.
Thank you, Eunice. Any other comments? Bjorn, did you have your hand up?
Yeah, I had a brief confusion. Is this regarding to funding the Career Services West Side Counselor, or is there something else that I'm mistaken?
So
Okay.
I'll answer that and then say my piece. So this is the Career Services Peer Advisors. And so when Vicky came in, she presented them together. These are the student positions within there. The part I was going to say is the only comment we have from the survey, what was in there, and I know you all can see it, but was really encouraging these positions to move beyond just Ellensburg campus that we're looking at. Because I believe, as Vicky had shared, these positions are typically located here in Ellensburg within there, but it is fully student funded positions or student staff positions.
Are there any more comments on the peer advisors? Bjorn, I see your hand up.
This is one of those where the 4 peer advisors on the main campus are funded by the university itself rather than S&A. However, since there's not a whole lot of a funding, as big of a funding mandate as the past decision on the path coordinator, I think it might be wise to continue supporting this one while also bearing in mind that this is not the ideal situation.
Thank you, Bjorn. Are there any other comments?
Yeah, I was gonna say very much what like Bjorn is saying, like the concerns with that, saying it's kind of like almost like an addition to a staple service, especially on our main campus, which is career services, which is funded through the state tuition dollars. And I feel the same with the financial services one that's later on. It's just almost like an addition to something that they should already be doing or should pursue in increasing like that program through the funding that they already have type deal. And so it's like, I definitely support it, but yeah, I don't think it should be funded through S&A. It's kind of another one that I think we could probably consider like doing like supplemental funding for the year. And then like next year they pursue the university or like I guess like the state for more money. Because although I support it, I don't think it should be funded through S&A.
Are there any more comments? Bjorn, I see your hand up.
If we theoretically don't fund it through S&A on the grounds that it should be funded by the university, where might funding sources be available from? Or maybe this is the better question, where can funding not come from for advisors or peer advisors?
I'll jump in on that one. I think for this committee and this, framing this request is that if this was to be defunded or reduced, the impact would be the student jobs would be reduced. At this time, we don't have any confirmation that there would be any additional funding that would be able to help support this.
Even though it isn't strictly our thing, I think I am unwilling to risk losing those 2 student jobs and the services they provide.
And Joey, I believe you had your hand up.
I was just going to comment, but I think it's already been covered about the funding outside to the earns. I think Lacey did a good job of answering it. Is again going to the others beyond just this. We can't guarantee if or where there would be any other funding available. So when we're making these decisions, being mindful of that, just as we discussed on Wednesday when we're talking about the wellness one. Really, we're looking at whether or not we feel that we see benefit to the program and whether or not you all feel it's appropriate to use your funding to support these programs.
All right, thank you. Any more comments?
Yeah, I mean, I definitely hear Bjorn's concern. So I think maybe if we do supplemental, for the year, and it kind of forces the university to have to talk, and we don't lose the positions. But you know, I also want to hear other people if they think this should be supplemental or base funded, or funded through SMA at all.
Okay, any more comments? Excuse me.
I agree with Bjorn. I'm especially in like today's like climate with the pandemic and everything. I don't want students to be worried about losing their jobs. And I would like to be able to support as many student openings as we can. So I guess, but I also understand with Brandon what he's saying about it being something the university should be, so I guess like supporting. So if we were to do supplemental funding or like, yeah, supplemental funding, I think that'd be good. But I also think, I don't know, I guess maybe base funding would secure it for longer.
Are there any more questions or comments? Bjorn, I see your hand up.
Yep. You know what's coming. I am going to move to fund career services peer advisors at full.
All right. Any second to that motion?
I second it.
I believe I saw Messina's hand first. So yeah, seconded by Messina. Any discussion before voting? All right, seeing none. All in. Eunice, did you have a question?
No, it's for just vote.
Jumping the gun, are you? All right. All in favor for fully funding the peer advisor positions, please show a hand. All right, so that's 3 with Bjorn, Messina, and Eunice. All who oppose? That's 4 with Jess, Zoe, Deanna, and Brandon. And all who abstain? That's 5 with Terry, Sean, Greg, Josh, and myself. And so the motion does not pass. Bjorn, I see your hand up again.
Yeah. Second time's the charm. I'm going to propose in that case that we fund at half. Since there are 2 positions, this would pay for one of the positions. So we're at least not leaving them at 0, while there's the deliberation over potentially using supplemental funds.
And for clarity, how much is half?
Right. Sorry. 8103 or 8,103. Thank you. Sorry.
All right. So motion to fund at 8,103. Any second to that motion? Seconded by Messina. Any discussion? Seeing none, all in favor of the motion, please show a hand. 2. And that is 2 with Bjorn and Messina. All opposed? That is 4 against with Brandon, Deanna, Zoe, and Jess. And all who oppose. Or all who abstain, excuse me. All right. So that's 7 with Terry, myself, Eunice, Josh, Greg, Sean, and Jess. And with that, the motion does not pass. All right, any other comments? Any other motions?
I mean, I move to I motion to move it to the do not fund, and then obviously it goes through the whole process, and if it comes back, I think we should seriously consider it as a supplemental request for the year. So to the do not fund section.
And Jess, is that a second to that motion?
Yeah.
All right, any discussion before voting? All right, All in favor of moving the peer advisors to not funding, show a hand. All right, that is 4 with Jess, Zoe, Deanna, and Brandon. All who oppose? That's 2 with Bjorn and Messina. And all who abstain? That is 6 with myself, Eunice, Josh, Greg, Sean, and Terry. And with that, the motion passes to move peer advisors to the not fund category. Joey, I see your hand up.
Yeah, I just want to, and I apologize because I know this will feel like I'm totally calling individuals out, but just want to encourage, especially for our student members, that if there's a conflict of interest or reason that you're going to abstain, to make sure we share that, so that way it's clear on those, and we're not just defaulting to that if we don't know. Because if we don't know or have enough information, we want to make sure we discuss that amongst you all.
All right, thank you, Joey. So up next, what's the next category again? What was that? Central News Watch. All right, any opening comments for this category?
I mean, not to like repeat myself because we can just go in the notes for the same reasoning, but same reasoning as the Observer and like Pulse Magazine to keep it at the same 21 funding that we did. Mainly because the increases for that non-staff or non-student payroll, and I don't see like a real justification for it.
Any additional comments? Joey, you have your hand up.
I again just want to, and I know you all are aware, but I know we haven't had any for the last few, just to be mindful of any of the Q&A pieces that are in there as they relate to these. So yeah, this one, I think the only other part I'd share, but I don't know if it's relevant, is this being split was a split across fund, but at lower than requested, fund only if there's funds available at the end, or do not fund. So it was really kind of all over there, but it sounds like you all have already shared a little bit.
Any additional comments? Bjorn, I see your hand up.
Yeah, I wanted to check because I believe that the student positions funded by Central News Watch are connected to a class, but like as with the marching band, it's funded, they're putting in extra work. It's co-curricular. I just am checking in the thing they submitted to check if there's any, okay. Non-student payroll and non-student payroll benefits accounts for about 11,000 and about 3,000 respectively. I'm guessing Joey has something to clarify there, so.
I was just going to add in there, Bjorn, because I saw where your question was going, but you were already going down it. So I was going to wait till you got there. But really, their increase in the request was for 3 separate parts. On here, one was adding for the non-student staff position, similar to the other student media. And then the 2 others is there was a request in there of increased funding for 2 new student positions, as well as an increase in goods and services for additional equipment and a new set.
I see. I would say that Central News Watch, can we also pull up the survey? The survey is of course imperfect, but I want to see, I haven't paid a whole lot of attention to Central News Watch, so I want to see what popular consensus is.
Okay, cool. So here we are with Central News Watch. Of most of the respondents, you can see the majority was 77, probably like indifferent on if it's essential or not. Then you got 66, 53 showing that it's from 0 to 1 on the essentiality scale. You can see out of like most of them, 386 never really used it. And so it kind of like leaves you where you're at here. Again, like it's just the data. I mean, it's just a tool to use to make informed decisions. Shouldn't definitely influence the decisions, but yeah, it's very similar to Wildcat Films, which I'll point out, and how we voted with that one. So when we're thinking of, I guess, making sure that we're equitable with our voting or consistent with our reasoning, something to consider. But yeah, do you want me to like click on like the breakdowns through years and stuff? No? Okay.
And Lacey, I see your hand up.
Yeah, I just want to kind of remind the committee about conversations we've had, gosh, feels like now forever this year. And so when we're talking about base funding versus supplemental funding, one of the, pretty good ways to decide which one, which categories certain expenses should fit into is what I like to call kind of one-time expenses, which tend to be equipment. And so the committee historically has had, departments or programs come from a supplemental standpoint when it's talking about replacement, so equipment replacement or just additional equipment for that non-academic purpose.
Thank you, Lacey. Any other comments?
I think I would definitely support like funding for the student positions, student payroll. But I'm not positive that I think that we should do the non-student payroll.
All right, and I saw Bjorn's hand up, and then we'll go to Eunice.
I'm with Messina on this one because the importance of working at a practicing news organization is incredible for those who want to go into reporting or similar. It may, I mean, with goods and services, we could potentially reroute that to a supplemental request. With the pro staff positions, that's as may be, but with the students, I absolutely believe this is really important for their education.
Eunice,
I want to add that the CNW is something that I keep looking forward to see the news. I believe that we should fund them because I mean, it's a very good program that we are informed of on events like other stream media as well. But I also believe that the CNW is doing great job with the limited people. There's not a lot of people works as a reporter, but when you watch the news, you will feel like I am watching the real news, like Fox News, CNN, like they are doing very professional job. And the interview technique with students, which is they did for Parade of Nations with me, I like it. I believe that it is beneficial for student impacts for our students. Well, I would like the funding, whatever you guys like, but I supported the fully. Lacey, can you share with us the budget they asking money again?
Do you want the kind of the summary sheet, or are you looking for specifically the budget they submitted?
Whatever you like. I just want to see the numbers. Yeah, I mean, there's a lot of differences between 2021 and 2022. Like others, but still, I feel like Central News Watch should be funding on different way, but we should funding, I feel like we should funding them
good services, student payroll, but I don't think we should funding them non-student payroll, which is I believe that we should cut some money from the non-student payroll. Otherwise, it's gonna be good for everybody. Because good services are important because they will buy new equipment and it's gonna be better version of the news, which is I would like to make a motion to set up the budget $30,842 for the CNAW.
Okay. Is there any second to that motion? Excuse me. Just to clarify, the number is for $30,842 towards the Central News Watch.
That's correct. So the increased request minus the non-student staff position.
Right. Any second to that motion? Seeing none, the motion does not pass.
There is a new motion, Christian, that just before she would like to motion to move it to do not fund entirely.
Okay. Is there a second to this motion to not fund Central News Watch? Seeing none, that motion also does. Oh, Zoe seconds. All right. Motion second. Any discussion before we vote?
Yeah, I mean, I'm probably going to vote against it. I mean, because I do see there's like an impact with like having the students payroll, that being base funded. What I really didn't think about was just kind of like the goods and services part. I think that was more like a one-off expense, kind of like Lacey was talking about, and could possibly be a supplemental in the later years. I don't see it being something that needs to be coming in like every year or base funded for 4 years. And then, yeah, just similar to like how we were doing the other ones, like not supporting the non-student payroll. So really, I'm just in support of base funding the students. So it's the student payroll benefits, but yeah, so that's why I'm going to vote no on this one, because, you know, I think they do deserve some base funding, but not the entire amount that they requested.
Right. Any other comments before voting?
I will probably also vote against this motion for the same reasons as Brandon.
Any more comments? All right. All in favor of not funding the Central News Watch, show a hand, please. All right, so that was 2 for Zoe and Jess. Anyone who objects to this? That is 4 for Deanna, Messina, Brandon, and Bjorn.
Was
And
that you also objecting, Eunice?
Eunice, was that a objection on your part?
I am against the motion.
You're making a motion. So wait, you're making a motion?
No, I was against the current motion.
Against.
Sorry.
Okay, so that is 5 against. All right, all who oppose, or all abstain, excuse me. All right, that is 4 with Sean, Terry, Josh, Greg, and myself. So that's 5, excuse me. All right, and the motion does not pass. Bjorn, did you have a comment?
Yeah, I was going to make a motion, but Messina, if you had a comment, feel free. Okay. I'm going to move to fund Central News Watch at the budget required for student payroll and student payroll benefits, with the assumption that goods and services could be addressed in a supplemental request. This amount I have calculated is $18,615.
$643, you said?
615, 615.
Okay. 615. Any second to this motion? I think that was Brandon's hand. All right. Any discussion before we vote? All right. All in favor of this motion, show a hand. All right. So that's 5 with Bjorn, Brandon, Messina, Diana, and Zoe. All opposed? One opposed with Jess, and 2 with Eunice, excuse me, and all who abstain. All right, that is 5 with myself, Josh, Greg, Sean, and Terry. So the motion passes for $18,615 to Central News Watch. Okay. All right, next we have the College of Business / the Accounting Department. Any opening comments for this category?
Same reasons as before the other ones, especially the College of Business request. I don't think we should be funding it. So I think we should move it to the do not fund section.
Any additional comments? Bjorn, go ahead.
To clarify, this was their request for the words database, right? Okay, so it's for the words database. One thing that they talked about in the presentation was that it would be useful for the university's investors, which is to say, not the university's students. I mean, it does have an indirect benefit to students in that theoretically it helps us get more funding, but the benefit is so roundabout that I don't necessarily believe that it's within the purview of S&A.
Any more comments? All right. Seeing none, can I entertain a motion?
I want a motion. Sorry.
Go ahead,
I
Eunice.
want to make a motion to move this to do not fund.
All right. Any second to this motion? Seconded by Brandon. Any discussion before voting? All in favor of moving the College of Business Accounting Department to the do not fund category, please show a hand. All right, so 4, 6, 7. So that's 7 with Jess, Zoe, Bjorn, Brandon, Messina, Eunice, and Diana. All opposed? 0 opposition. All who abstain? That's 5 with myself, Josh, Greg, Sean, and Terry. So the motion passes for the College of Business to be moved to the not fund category. All right. Up next, we have the Early Childhood Learning Center. Josh, did you have a comment?
Nope, forgot to put it down, sorry.
Okay. So Early Childhood Learning Center. Any opening remarks?
I would like to know the people who say not funding or less lower funding, because I think the early child is important for students and parents.
All right. Joey, I see your hand up.
Yeah, and I was just gonna, I mean, similar to Eunice, I know this one on the survey really was a split between fully fund, fund, but at a lower amount than requested, and then fund if there's funds available. There wasn't necessarily a consensus. It was a 4, 2, and 3 within there. So definitely think it would be helpful for the committee, especially given that this one is historically funded for a while. I know we have discussed it in the past, but I think it'd be helpful for this committee to elaborate on where their stances are.
All right, any more comments? Bjorn, I see your hand up.
I think I was one of the ones who voted to fully fund on the, but I think it's also worthwhile noting that their rates are, they've stayed the same for quite a while due to S&A funding, and I think it's fair to continue to support them in that way, especially since their rates, I obviously don't have a child, but their rates seem relatively manageable.
I think for me, it was just a point of concern. It was just kind of like the percentage of them serving like the faculty staff over kind of students. And when you think of like the wait list, they say students kind of have the priority, but you still see a handsome amount of student parents that are on that wait list. And then like they weren't very, I guess, clear with like the percentage of throughout the rooms type thing. And so for me, I just didn't feel comfortable funding the same amount, knowing that, I mean, yes, they'll charge faculty and staff, but knowing like that students are still not exactly the priority, it made me question funding it the full amount with student dollars.
Are there any more comments? Joey, I see your hand up.
I'm trying to pull up in the background, but so I want to say this, I don't have it pulled up yet because I believe they did provide a detailed answer on the breakdown by the rooms. We sent a lot of questions, so it's hard to delve through all of them that were shared. But yeah, I think, and now I'm looking, so I apologize if there's the right one because I'm talking as I'm pulling it up. Because we did ask the question about what is the percentage of student parents and those affiliated or those that are staff faculty. And so we did get the answer on here that the infant toddler site at Michelson's, the Rainbow Room, there's 109, which is 60% student parents, 40% faculty staff parents. At ECLC, each room is a little bit different with that. And I think that's where they couldn't necessarily give the breakdown for those 3 rooms. The rooms that are ages 2 to 5 at ECLC are about 50-50 for this academic year, 50% student parents and 50% faculty staff parents. And I think that's the answer that we did. So I mean, we did get some information on that. I just want to make sure from what Brandon had shared.
Any more comments or concerns? Let's go Bjorn, then Joey.
Yeah, just I'm on the same page as Joey, and student parents served 75, faculty or staff parents served 100. That's the approximate breakdown that we were given in the email attachment.
All right, Joey, then Messina.
If I can click the right thing with all these on here. Again, just want to point to the comments that are in there, but also just to be mindful as the devil's advocate on this. We don't have a guarantee on what would happen. I think we as a committee can always provide feedback to those areas that we do have base funding of where we see concerns or where we would like to see things take shape and effect. And I know this is one of those areas where the committee has discussed this previously. And it is a hard one because it does, from the feedback from the individuals who use the service, is absolutely an essential service for those student parents who don't have other options within it. And then I know the flip side is that does tend to be a limited number of people just given the space requirements and restrictions that they face within this. But I believe from Michelle's conversation of even with the 15% cut in those pieces, we don't know what the outcomes would be on there with what that is. I know there's a question about if funds are decreased, will this increase rates? We don't know what those would look like, but those are potential outcomes that could happen on that side.
Go ahead, Messina.
In light of what Joey said, I think that we should fully fund it, even though it is expensive. It's a rather large number, but I think it is something that makes our campus better and makes our campus accessible for all students of all walks of life. And I think that is an extremely important point for Central and for our students.
Thank you. Do we have any more comments? Seeing none. Or Eunice, were you about to say something?
I just want to worry about if we decrease the funding. I am curious about the rates is going to be increased for students, which is the most of the students won't be able to support their early child. This is my curiosity. I yield my time. Sorry.
You're okay.
I just want to. Oh yeah, I was just gonna say there isn't a motion yet, correct?
No, there's no
Okay.
motion.
So yeah, I just want to reiterate what I'm hearing, and I understand everyone's concerns, and I'm with you. So I think right now I would move it to the fully funded area, understanding that it's a need concern, and the students have been struggling lately, and like the struggle will probably be real for the next 4 years at least. So for us to look out for that population of student parents, I think it's probably. For me, I think we should probably fund it with S&A. Obviously, I think there should be like stipulations too, when we, give out the money, making sure that they're, prioritizing student parents more. Yeah, I think it's also something we'll come back to when we realize how much money we kind of have. Yeah, that's the motion to move to the fully funded right now.
I second.
All right, so I saw Messina seconded first, so there she goes. Any discussion before voting? Seeing none, all in favor of moving early childhood learning center to the fully fund category, please raise a hand. So that is 6 with Jess, Bjorn, Messina, Eunice, Deanna, and Zoe. All who oppose.
Sorry, Christian, put me for the in support.
In support, okay, so that will be 7. All opposed, that'd be 0. All who abstain. That'll be myself, Josh, Greg, Sean, and Terry, and that is up to 5. And so the motion passes. All right, up next, we have homecoming. CWU homecoming. Any opening remarks?
I wanna say something.
Okay.
I don't think we should funding full amount for the homecoming because of, we didn't have a homecoming this year, and due to COVID-19, I think it will be even the hard for the COVID homecoming for next year as well. Also students won't be interesting much to joining the in-person events that much like before. And I feel like 500K something, I don't know exact amount right now, is a lot for the request. I would like to still funding some money for the online events maybe, but not fully request. I yield my time.
Okay, thank you. I believe we have comments from Terry and Sean. No, it's just voting from before. Yeah, you're good. You're good. Any additional comments to homecoming?
Yeah, I guess it's a common, opinion that we're getting from ASU, from the student body, and like the survey says as well, is like, I guess students don't really see homecoming being that important. It's almost like students talk more about it after the fact than like actually being there. And that, I think that rings true for most of us if we've been here more than a year. So I can see why like we could probably not fund it or fund it at a less amount. And maybe it could be a supplemental request if it's something very special, but right now I don't think students see much of an impact or seeing it essential to homecoming. Yeah, because I think, yeah, because it's usually targeted to more freshmen, and even the freshmen aren't super engaged with it. Not even just this year, which is online, but in previous years too.
Yes. Go ahead, Bjorn.
Yeah. Although I can certainly understand the sentiment that homecoming might not be, top priority, given that it's mostly a fun type event. It may be important to have that kind of campus bonding, like community kind of thing going on, especially as we've just we're coming out of this devastating pandemic. Well, that's up to personal preference. The other thing that's important is they have a rollover, a significant rollover of about $61,000. So there's certainly the opportunity to reduce their funding by, say, a quarter, and then have that rollover reallocated to them in the spring when we field those presentations to allow them to maintain what they've got. That's a potential. Tell me if that's flawed.
Eunice, you had a comment?
I also want to make one comment about that. I mean, I was involved in homecoming in my first year, but I want to say that homecoming is designed for the freshmen. Unfortunately, transfer students are left alone on that things. And how they design the homecoming for the students is good, but I don't see any benefits for the transfer students or graduate students. I feel like homecoming should be for all students at Central Washington University, but it doesn't. So I feel like what Brandon said earlier, I feel like we should not funding it this. Maybe if there's gonna be some homecoming, maybe they can come as some supplemental charges that how much they need. But for this amount, I think we should not funding it. We should move the funding to non-funding area.
And Joey, you had a comment?
Yeah, just providing the historical context here. We have funded homecoming for 15 years now, so since at least 2006. Just so you all are aware, it's been roughly about the same amount that has been allocated. 15 years ago it was 35,000 and slowly has incremented up to the 43 I think we're at now. So just for that context, I know obviously 15 years, things are very different in terms of what it is we see on campus and what it is you are looking at for a benefit, but from the historical context of what we've historically funded there to have that.
Any additional comments? Brandon, it looks like you were about to say something.
No, I guess just making a motion to the do not fund. I mean, obviously we'll probably come back to it when we see how much money we have still, if we want to. But yeah, I think right now it's just like, it's pretty clear that student needs are changing. For those of us that are here for like Student Appreciation Day, I think that's like way greater of a thing. So honestly, like, to like Robbie, maybe making that base funded instead of homecoming. But yeah, I think the need for a homecoming every year is not exactly a need anymore, although it could have been historically. So looking out for the future generations of students, I think that money could be spent somewhere else. It can still be an event, still support it, but just not funded from here. But yeah, motion to move it to the do not fund.
Okay. And Eunice, is that a second?
I was going to say something about it, but then he make motion, so I just gonna second it then.
All right, sounds good. Any discussion before voting? All right, all in favor of moving homecoming to not fund, please show a hand.
Eunice, did you have a comment? The timing on there, I wasn't sure.
Yes, I mean, like Joe said, is historically funding. This year's very different years for everybody here, and it's many things change. So that's why I would like to have make some changes and it's gonna be on the history that we won't be funding homecoming. I don't want the people to think that we are not funding because of we don't want it. It's because of the COVID-19 things. I believe that myself is gonna benefit not funding unless if they come for the supplemental charges. Not charges, sorry, request. And I yield my time.
All right, thank you. So that was 5 votes. It was
You may want to just recall it, Christian.
yeah, I'm gonna redo that. Yeah, can we redo all in favor? All right, just a second. So that is 7 votes with Jess, Zoe, Bjorn, Brandon, Messina, Deanna, and Jess. All who abstain or all oppose? 0 opposed. All who abstain? All right, that'll be 5 with myself, Josh, Greg, Sean, and Terry. And the motion passes to move homecoming to the not fund category. Okay, up next, we have the Lion Rock Visiting Writers Series in the English department. Any opening comments for this program? Messina, I see your hand up.
So I have attended a few of these different series that they've done, and I just want to say, like, they were really well done. I mean, like, I'm not an English major, I'm a philosophy major, but like just going into the library, it kind of caught my eye, and every single chair was filled. Like, and I don't know who was in there, like if they're all English majors or if they were different like majors within like the College of Arts and Humanities, but I mean, they just bring in all these different authors and it's a really like personal, and I guess like when they talk it's really personal, and I think that's like super super cool and a wonderful opportunity for students who are interested in whether they're interested in writing or interested in reading. I think it's an awesome opportunity just to hear people talk about their craft and learn from them.
Any additional comments? Bjorn, I see your hand up.
I'm with Messina on this one. It's a fantastic opportunity, and they mentioned that it's certainly not restricted to English students, and a lot of different people come to it. It's a great way to promote the arts on campus. And virtually, I will note. They did a pretty good job of adapting.
Anyone else have any comments?
I mean, Lacey, could you like pull it up? There isn't any non-student payroll, is there?
No, if I remember correctly, I believe this is really for speakers. Let me look it up though for 1 second.
I have it up. It's listed as $5,000 for non-student payroll and $1,450 for non-student payroll benefits. I'm not clear what those mean. I think it might mean the payment for the visiting authors.
Yeah, they provided clarification in the piece, and so where they put it on the request, I think they clarified in their presentation that it's really that money goes directly to bringing in those guest speakers is what it is to pay for those directly.
And so just to kind of clarify, normally where we would see that is in the goods and services expense as opposed to non-student payroll expense. So it'd be think of it as more of like a contract service with an individual to come in and speak.
And we did get a clarification that, yeah, that was accurate. The funds go to the authors and running the series.
Any more comments? Bjorn, go ahead.
Following no more comments, I'm going to move to fund Lions Rock Visiting Writers Series at full.
All right, and that was seconded by Messina. Any further discussion before we vote? Seeing none, all in favor to fully fund the Lion Rock Visiting Writer Series, please show a hand. All right, that is 7 with Jess, Zoe, Deanna, Eunice, Brandon, Messina, and Bjorn. All opposed. It's 0 opposition, and all who abstain. And that is the 5 with myself, Josh, Greg, Sean, and Terry. And so the motion passes to fully fund Lion Rock.
And I kind of want to make it clear, although it says like / department, this one isn't closely tied to the department, which I wanted to like differentiate why it's not really being funded or treated like the other ones. Just for consistency wise, I wanted that to be out there.
Thank you, Brendan. Up next, we have the Manistache magazine. Any opening remarks?
Yeah, so I mean, I guess this one is kind of like more of the concerns that I had, you know, where it seems closely related to a department. The people that interacted with it a lot are part of like English department. So I don't know, like, just because we already talked about the reasoning, that's why I'm not really supportive of it.
Eunice, were you about to say something?
I mean, I believe that it's the area for those students bring their some work to public with the other people. I think we should have it to make sure that students feel comfortable, share their works like music or poem, other things. I would like to support fully funding.
All right. It looks like Lacey has a comment.
Yeah, this is mostly for Brandon, but just for clarification pieces. I know you kind of touched base on the differences between the academic, I'll just chalk it up as support. Can you maybe elaborate on the differences a little bit more just for documentation purposes?
Yeah, I mean, it's very similar to the other ones where it just seems like it's very, I mean, it's more like academic focus. It's not exactly like there's no credit tied to it, but I think there's definitely should be a hard line between like the academic world and then like the student life. I don't know, I'm definitely open to discussion about it because I know this one's definitely less obvious than some of the others that we had talking about, you know, like the College of Business or the music department ones. So, you know, I'm definitely open to discussion because I know that line isn't really clear, but it was just like, for me, I was like, knowing that there's the faculty member who advises it and it's housed in the English department. To me, it's just like, whether it's on the outside or it's not actually tied to it, it's not necessarily what I would, you know, I don't know what I'm trying to say, but it's, to me, it's like that visually, like.
Up next, let's go with Joey and then Bjorn.
I mean, I think what you're saying, Brandon, is it's the optical piece of it, of where it is that raises some concern given trying to be distinct between the two. The two parts I was going to say on here is one, the historical piece, and then two, I believe from the presentation that was shared when Javier had shared it there, that the people who make the submissions are from a whole host of different colleges. It is not just tied, as you mentioned, Brandon, it's not tied to a course. It's open to any student to submit their materials to be published and shared there on that. The historical part of this is just the interesting one. This is one of the few ones that we have funded since before I have records, back to 2004. So we have historically funded it pretty much and I'm looking at the dollar figure here. It is not grown. I mean, it's not a large dollar figure anyways on here because it really is just the printing cost of it is a pretty minimal one within that. So.
All right, let's go to Bjorn.
Yeah, given that it accepts submissions from all over the university and it's a great way to amplify the student voice, especially the creative voice. My I'm going to say that it's not too closely tied to the English department, because none of our funding is going to be going to like students who are working on publishing the journal. It's just going to the printing costs. So I feel that even though there's an advisor, and Javier said that he tries to not be the authority in the room, even though there is an advisor from the English department, I think that it's non-curricular or extracurricular, there's a word for that, enough that I would say it's definitely okay to fund, and we should fund it given its scope and purpose.
And Joey, you have a comment?
I just wanted to make sure it was shared because I know Jess can't always pop on to do the verbal sharing of that. Her comment that she put in there, she feels that there's some programs we've discussed that have an academic tie but are more open and accessible to the campus community than others, which are those that Jess has shared she is not supportive, and are more restrictive in their access. That's more where she's drawing her line in this voting process. So to make sure the committee saw that.
Yeah, I'd like to say I really appreciate everyone talking, and I agree with Jess and then Bjorn too. So I mean, it definitely makes me see that it's not, it's very, I guess, accessible to the other ones where other ones were not, and so that's kind of where the line should be drawn. So I appreciate that, and so with that, Bjorn, you made the motion or not yet?
Now I am.
Yeah. All right. Well, I'll just make the motion. You second me. So I'll motion to move it to the fully fund area.
Seconded.
All right. Any further discussion before voting? All right. All in favor of moving Manastash to fully fund, please show a hand. All right, so that is 5 with Zoe, Deanna, Brandon, Messina, and Bjorn. All opposed? Zero opposed. And all who abstain? All right, that is 5 abstentions with Jess, Terry, Greg, Sean, and myself. Eunice, I just want to make sure, did you vote? Eunice, did you vote? I suppose he did. So, the motion passes to fully fund Manastash. So up next, we have Pep Band. Any opening remarks? Joey, you have a comment?
Yes, and I apologize because I just took a bite of something, but wanted to jump in there. I did want to make note on this one. 2 parts. One is the split that we have within the discussion. That this one came up as a split between fund but at a lower amount than requested, fund only if there's funds available, or do not fund. So to give that context from our survey within this, and the only comment that we had in here is the grad assistant and members should not be getting paid. The grad assistant is already getting paid through their stipend, and members should not be paid for playing, was the comment on there. I do want to just provide the context that this one is different. I know they were presented together, the marching band and the pep band. This is one they're referring to as the basketball band. This one, they were clear, is not affiliated with a course. There is no pep band or basketball band course that is tied to it. So since they were presented together, I want to make sure to be clear in the distinction.
Thank you, Joey. And then it looks like Bjorn has a comment.
Yeah. One thing I wanted to note was that the marching band has a rollover of about $51.5 thousand, which is a significant amount. Student payroll is measured at $17,500, with an additional 500 for student payroll benefits. So if we were to encourage, give them that rollover, which as far as I can tell is entirely feasible, they would be able to fund their program for at least 2 years on just that. Or sorry, fund their student employees for over 2 years on just that. For what that's worth. The non-student payroll would be more because it's 23,000 with 6,500 for the benefits.
Any other comments? All right, seeing Messina, were you about to say something?
Oh, I was gonna say, I think it's fair for the pep band, like the students in the pep band to be paid for like all of the work and hours that they put in at the actual like games and stuff. So I guess that's kind of it.
Thank you. Any other comments? Seeing none, can I entertain a motion? Bjorn, you have something to say?
We got a clarification from Dr. Fagan in the Q&A that the grad assistant for the pep band is not paid for the basketball band, just serving as a supervising leader. I do want to voice concern about the $23,000 for non-student payroll because I don't know where exactly that goes. I don't have it in my notes. So if somebody could clarify that for me.
Bjorn, can you tell me what you're looking at? Because my notes say something different.
First of all, I moved to declare myself an idiot. I have been looking at the marching band this whole time. I am so sorry, everybody.
Oh, you are fine. Let me share their budget for you. So this is the pep band budget. Oh, and my dog just almost took out my headphones. So as you can see, the majority of the funding goes to student payroll. And then there is a slight amount for goods and services for this budget.
I am a goofus. I apologize profusely, and I will continue to. Given that the 1,800 for goods and services is for binders and book supplies, as well as the licensing for the music, that's I don't know if that would be worthwhile funding via supplemental, but it's certainly small enough that we could pass it as a supplemental easily.
So is that you making a motion or is that just a comment?
It's a comment because I want to
okay.
know what the committee's opinion is on passing the goods and services.
Okay. So it looks like Lacey has a comment. So let's go to that.
Yeah, I think, to be honest, depending on how the committee goes, I think it can be manageable either way. But I do want to remind that the supplemental process can be very slow. And so it could potentially hinder, especially the rights to the music. I'm not exactly sure how that all goes for the payment of that, but it could potentially be a little bit complicated. And it might be something where they have to request beforehand, like maybe the year before or something like that.
And Joey, you had a question or a comment?
Yeah, I mean, the only part I say, because I appreciate the attention that we're looking at on here, but I think unless there's a concern with us funding the goods and services, keep in mind, we don't want to get too into the weeds. We're talking 1,800 on a $7.4 million budget overall. So I don't want us to spend too much time on that one little nugget, if that is all that is holding anyone up.
Yeah, I feel the same way as Joey was saying.
If there's no other comments, then I'd like to make a motion to move to full funding.
And that's seconded by Bjorn. Any discussion before voting? All right, all in favor of moving pep band to fully fund, please show a hand. 4, 5, 6. So that is 6 in favor with Zoe, Deanna, Eunice, Bjorn, and Messina. Did I miss? And Zoe, yeah. All who oppose? 1 opposition with Jess, and anyone who abstains. All right, and that is with the 5, Terry, Sean, Greg, Josh, and myself. And so the pep band moves to fully fund category. Up next is the Randall Hall building monitors. Excuse me, there you go. Are there any opening comments for this? Bjorn, I see your hand up.
Yeah, I think it's worthwhile funding because per the presentation, the building monitors are really important to making sure that art students have access to all of these wonderful services that they have in Randall Hall. So I think that it's an important part of maintaining our excellent art program. My only concern is that it doesn't necessarily serve students who are not as part of an art class. That is my only concern. The line is once again coming into question.
Any follow-up comments? Messina, were you about to say something? No, okay. Any other comments?
I guess for me personally, I think this could be more of like a supplemental for now. I think it's something that, again, probably could be funded by the school if it's all about, I guess, like safety and security on campus, more so than, you know, I guess like making sure we're like impacting the students through a service and activity. So that's where, for me, I didn't think we should fund it as a base funded, maybe a supplemental, because it's like, yes, we recognize the need for a year, but I think this should definitely be taken up with the university and find other sources of funding, whether that's fees or state and tuition dollars. But yeah, I don't think when you think of like campus security and like safety of students, that's the realm of S&A. But I do recognize the immediate need and think it should be a supplemental.
And there is a question in the chat. Are these people just patrolling the whole building, or are they doing certain rooms or areas? Joey, I think you have a comment on that.
Yeah, I mean, and I was about to type it, so thank you, Christian, because that saves me trying to type all this. The role just is really that they're building monitors, and so they're there to make sure that there's access to the building, which is the building at large, but specific areas within the art building because there's specific studios, as well as providing ability for students to check out specific equipment. And so they'd be kind of serving a dual part of the access and security and locking up the building, but being present, but also checking out equipment.
Even so, I still don't think that would be an S&A thing where it comes to checking out materials or keeping a building open after hours. Outside of for me, it's outside the realm of S&A.
Yeah, I agree. And I also agree with Jess when she says that like she might feel better about it if there was like more access or more things for other students to use in the art building during that time. But I'm not sure that it is an S&A thing, even though I do realize that we do need building monitors for the art hall. So I think like a supplemental funding request would be good for this.
Any other comments? Let's comment in the chat. Oh, no, that's just Joey. All right, so could I entertain some kind of motion today?
I make the motion to move it to the do not fund, or yeah, the do not fund section, and then revisit it another day as a supplemental.
All right, any second to that motion? Seconded by Messina. Any discussion before voting? Jess, is that a discussion or is that the second you were trying to do?
I think it was a second. She shot it up at the same time Messina did.
Okay, so all in favor of moving Randall Hall building monitors to not fund, please show a hand. Let's see here. 7. All right, so that's 7 with Eunice, Deanna, Jess, Zoe, Brandon, Messina, and Bjorn. Any opposition? 0 opposition. Anyone who abstains? All right, that's 5 with myself, Terry, Sean, Greg, and Josh. And so the motion is passed to move Randall Hall building monitors to not fund. All right, up next we have student financial services. Does anyone have anything to start the conversation off with?
I won't repeat myself too much because it's similar to the career service peer advisors, and I know how we went with that one. So I probably think it's appropriate to do the same with this one, but it's hard for me knowing that this is funded through state tuition dollars and it's kind of like in addition to their service. Like if this is a staple like department that's being funded through state tuition dollars, they shouldn't also be coming to S&A for money. And so for me, there's like a kind of like a no there. Very similar. It's kind of like a double charging of students, in my opinion. And I think they should, if this is a true need, they'll they'll find funding for it or they'll adjust funding to make sure that this need is there. So it's more of like I support it, but I don't think it should be funded through S&A.
All right, and Joey has a comment.
2 things. One, just to follow up Jess's comment of saying she's supportive of Brandon's point that he shared. The other part is just to provide clarification, because I know the way it was filled out was listed as student financial services. Who was presenting it was one of those staff. It really is Financial Literacy Resource Center is what they were putting the request for, just for clarity on there, which NT was the one bringing forward on that. So.
All right, go ahead, Bjorn.
Yeah, in terms of the Financial Resources Center, I mean, in an ideal world, it would be under financial services and covered in the same like budget, not be an S&A thing. But I feel like I'm not willing to risk sending this up to sending it as a do not fund because as mentioned, 40% of Central Washington students are eligible for the Washington College Grant. And so many students, especially now that the world is burning, are having so many financial anxieties that having financial services available wherever possible is really important.
Any additional conversation points? Messina agrees. All right, seeing none, would anyone like to make a motion? Bjorn, you have your hand up.
I'm gonna move to fund the Student Financial Services Resource Center thingy at full.
At full, all right. And it looks like Messina seconds. Any discussion before voting?
Yeah, other than like my brain is fried. What do we do with the career service peer advisors?
What do we do with them? I'm so sorry, I forgot.
It was, the peer advisors was do not fund.
Although we did try to have it so that it wasn't completely gutted. So I don't know if you're talking about that, but that didn't pass.
Yeah, I think we were talking about peer service being like a supplemental, possibly.
I see what you're saying. I'd like to point out too that the comparing those two, I can see where you're going with that, but the peer advisors is actually student wages. The one that we're talking about specifically right now is a full program, so it has a full employee, a full-time employee plus student wages plus kind of some startup equipment and needs for them as well.
Joey, did you have something to add? Okay, any further discussion? Okay, just to be clear, Bjorn, your motion is to fully fund student financial services.
Yeah.
Yes. Okay, so all in favor of fully funding student financial services, please show a hand. All right, that is 2 with Bjorn and Messina. All opposed? That's 5 opposed with Jess, Zoe, Yana, Eunice, and Brandon. And all who abstain. So that is 5 with Terry, Sean, Greg, Josh, and myself. And so the motion does not pass. Bjorn.
I'm gonna make a different motion to fund it, everything except goods and services at half. Yeah.
So it would be
with the rationale that at least we can maybe start it even if we don't devote full resources to it.
okay. And just for clarification, do you know the number of that?
I will try and be quick with my calculator.
Joey, do you have it by chance?
I mean, if you're going to cut the goods and services in half, you're taking 23,000 off of that total.
To clarify, my motion was to cut everything except the goods and services in half, just because they would need to.
Thank you. That's where I was confused on what was being asked, though. The goods and services in full, the other pieces cut in half.
Is that including the student payroll cut in half?
Joey, you had something else to add?
Yeah, I was waiting for Bjorn to answer Messina's question because I don't have an answer to that, but then I have a comment after. So,
okay.
Bjorn, was it to fully cut all except goods and services in half, correct?
Correct, and that would work out to $93,388.
So my comment I was going to make is just to be mindful on here that this is a new funding request, which does make it tricky when we're looking. So this is not twofold. One, not something we have funded, and 2, not something that exists currently. So what we're looking at is a brand new service and piece. So to be mindful that does make it difficult when we're looking at partial pieces of funding within those, because we don't know. I mean, the amount, if you all approve it, would still move forward and they would have that to work within there, but this is a brand new service and a brand new request.
Okay, so your motion is to put $93,388 into student financial services. And did anyone second on that yet? Or can I get a second on that? Eunice, is that a second? No, it's not. Okay. No, that's okay, Eunice. It's all good. Okay, seeing none, the motion does not pass.
What if we were to like fund the student payroll and the goods and services, but not the non-student payroll? I don't know if that would work for them.
Messina, I'm sorry to interrupt, but I just wanted to bring attention. Jess commented in the chat. Christian, you want to take that?
Let me see here if it'll open. There we go. She motions to move student financial services to not fund, and then Eunice seconded that motion. So any discussion before voting? Seeing none, all in favor of moving financial services to the do not fund category, please show a hand. All right, so that is 4 with Zoe, Deanna, Eunice, and Brandon. All opposed? And Jess, so that'll be 5, excuse me. So all opposed. Eunice and Bjorn. And all who abstain. 2, 3, 4, 5, so 6. All right, that is 6 with Terry, Sean, Josh, Greg, myself, and Messina.
And for the record, I guess I'd like to say I abstain just from I don't really know how it would work out to do not funding or partial funding of things. So
Thank you for providing that.
Yes, thank you. And with that, the motion passes to move student financial services to do not fund. Up next, we have the theater arts program. Any opening comments on the theater? Joey, looks like you have your hand up.
Yep, I was just providing from the survey results. This one was split between fully fund but at a lower amount than requested, and fund if available, and relatively evenly split between those 3 on there that we have. And I guess since I'm already talking, I guess I can provide the context so I don't have to jump in later if I can find where it is on mine. And of course, I say this as I can't quickly pull up where it is on my spreadsheet. We have been funding the theater arts in this way to lower student ticket costs since 2006, so for the last 15 years at least.
All right, thank you, Joey. Any comments? Bjorn, I see your hand up.
Given that we're funding to help subsidize student tickets and exposing students to good quality theater is certainly a benefit to students. I think it's well within our purview to fund it. I don't have a concrete opinion on the increase though yet.
Okay. Any additional comments? Any insights? Anyone else who wanted to fully fund it?
I think it's an important like aspect of Central's campus for students, and I think that exposure to theater arts is not only like important for like I guess personal growth, but I just think it's really fun and it's a fun thing for students to kind of bond around.
Yeah, and Joey, I see your hand up.
Yeah, just providing the piece of here is that it's to lower the cost. It is for student payroll positions, which helps subsidize because that's where that would come in at. And that based on the request, while there's a minimal, I think it went from 68,000 and change to 70,000, was really kind of rounding up, not adding positions, but to keep up with the increase in minimum wage was the justification.
All right, and did you have anything else to add, Joey? All right, now let's move on to Brandon.
Yeah, something that I think we need to call attention to, basically because we need to be consistent with our kind of like our funding, I think, our decision making. We know with like the music department, that was purely, I guess, like travel for the ensembles. Part of the theater arts request is also for travel to like a annual conference that's usually happening in the spring. So I think we definitely need to think about that, considering like definitely agree that it's great that subsidized student tickets. And honestly, we probably should subsidize a little bit more so they can be free. But when it comes to like the travel every year, that's where I think we need to draw the line. And yeah, they have travel just straight up as like a line as just student travel. Yeah, it might be goods and services in the FY22 request. But yeah, that's where I think we definitely should fund it, but not at a full amount, for consistency and to be equitable with our decisions.
Are there any other comments on the theater arts? All right, seeing none, could I entertain a motion?
Yeah, I guess, I motion it to do the full amount minus the goods and services. Someone quick do the math.
Let me see here.
So to clarify, Brandon, is we're pulling that up to fully pull all goods and services off the request. Okay. We'll have a number in a second.
That's 55,737. Ah, gotcha, Lacey. Sorry.
All right. So the motion is to give the theater arts 55,733, and it looks like Jess seconds the motion. Any further discussion before voting? Joey, looks like you have your hand up.
I just want to point in here as part of one of the comments that we have, as you can see, goods and services as shared on there includes part of the ticket subsidy that's within that. And I don't have the further breakdown, but since that's in the public comment, I wanted to share that.
Okay. And then Brandon, did you have something else to add?
No, it's just that's my motion, that dollar amount.
That's your motion. Okay. Okay, so any more discussion? All right, all in favor of giving theater arts $55,733, please show of hands. Okay, so that's 5 with Jess, Zoe, Deanna, Brandon, and Messina. All opposed? Okay, looks like 0 oppositions. And all who abstain? Six. All right, that is 6 with Terry, Sean, Greg, Josh, myself, and Bjorn.
To clarify, I abstained because more information came in the Q&A that made me change my decision, but I can't use that because it wasn't asked during our deliberation meetings, so I had to abstain. Apologies for not asking the question in the first place.
So it's all right, Brett. It's Bjorn. It happens. So the motion passes to theater arts. All right. Finally, in this section, we have the Wildcat Sports Radio Network. Any opening comments? Bjorn, I see your hand up.
I feel like it's worth noting that one of the news businesses on campus, I really do not remember which one, also has a sports commentator role that is separate from Wildcat Sports Network. So there's a slight bit of redundancy going on right there.
I was gonna point out the same thing. Like I was just like wanted to hear from the students if we thought this was like, again, like a repeat in services. I know they kind of said how it's different, but when I was really looking at the, I guess like the services provided, there wasn't a huge difference at all. Like they're still reporting. I know, I guess Wildcat Sports Network, it's more just for travel. But yeah, I mean, it does seem that way. So I definitely like to hear everyone's opinion on that too.
All right, let's go with Joey and then Lacey.
Two parts. One, to answer the question that I think Jess had asked on the side over there. This one, in terms of the survey we filled out, was actually split across all 4 categories. So we had some to vote for fully fund, some to vote to fund at a lower level, 1 vote to fund if there's funds available, and then some to do not fund at all. And so to answer that one, this is one that was a newer funding that we had put in the last quadrennium, was the first time we had funded it. And to answer a little bit of the question, I believe the difference, and yep, just touched on this on the side, is that Wildcat Sports Radio does sideline, or they both do sideline, but the Wildcat Sports Radio does the actual broadcast streams and some of the play-by-play pieces.
Go ahead, Lacey.
I think most of my things that I was going to say were already stated, but I do want to clarify that it's not just travel expenses. It's also paying the individual's portion of this budget pays the students as well.
All right, any additional comments? Seeing none, would anyone like to make a motion?
Comment, I guess. It's worthwhile noting that they do have some rollover sufficient to cover them for a year. I don't know if that affects our decisions at all.
Bjorn, are you talking about the anticipated rollover from at the end of this year if you're looking at their budget?
Yep. Yeah, they're anticipating just over 14,000 rollover.
And just to be clear, as a reminder to the committee, unless a group comes forward and requests to keep their carry forward, which they can, and that can be part of what you all recommend, that money would roll back to the S&A reserve fund.
Jess raises a good point as well, that may be to the lack of sports, which makes sense to me.
Any more comments? Ms. Tina, were you about to say something?
Oh, I was gonna make a motion to fully fund. Yeah, just to fully fund it.
All right, any second to that motion? Seconded by Bjorn. Any further discussion? All right, seeing none. All in favor of fully funding the Wildcat Sports Radio Network, please show a hand. 6. All right. It's that. Wait. 2, 3, 5. And Bjorn, did you have your hand up? All right, cool. 4, 5, 6. So that's 6 with Jess, Zoe, Deanna, Zoe, or excuse me, Brandon, Bjorn, and Messina. All opposed. One, wait. Zoe, is that your hand for in favor or in opposition? Let's see. All right, so that's none. All who abstain. All right, 1, 2, 3. All right, it's 5 with Terry, myself, Joey, Greg, and Sean. And Zoe was in favor. Thank you for clarifying, Zoe. And the motion passes. And that is the last one in the split category.
So if I could jump in, this is what our spreadsheet is looking like right now. And so we are actually about $4,000 over our total allocation. So I don't know if you all want to talk about a specific area. I think we could absolutely go through the list, but if there was anything that we wanted to highlight, because to be clear, we have to basically get this grand total down to 0.
Anything in particular?
Oh, we can't go into like supplemental for, I guess, that amount for 4 years, or is that not a thing?
Well, in order to have the package reported up to PBAC, we will need to have the allocation set, or well, sorry, to have the allocation basically set to net 0. And if we were to say, you know, one department, please come to supplemental, which I know you've all have said on a couple of different ones, we would still need to reduce the allocation by that $4,000 mark.
Okay, so I guess looking at the advisors, is this where you think we should now start getting into the weeds of things and just picking out like an 1,800 here, a $2,000 here?
I mean, if this was, you know, my scenario, I would look through the ones that either fund at a lower level or the split areas. I mean, we can still go through the other ones, but I think those are the ones that could potentially have that. But I'm really looking at the committee to see if there's any specific areas that we should highlight and look at.
So there was a question in the chat. What did we fund campus activities at?
We funded it at full. There was a motion made to fund it at the previous allocation though.
I actually have it funded at the fiscal 21 allocation. So I'm probably looking at Aubrey to make sure I put that in the right category. And I cannot see the chat.
I don't know if you guys could hear me. I do have it funded at the fiscal 21 allocation as well.
Okay, my bad, sorry.
Joey, you have a question or a comment?
I just want to point out, Jess made a comment in the chat. I know we just talked about campus activities and that was in there, but to also potentially look at West Side Student Life. and I guess I'll ask the question since we'd said look at it. Knowing that you all put forward the recommendation to not fund it the full amount request, but still to increase by almost $200,000. I mean, was that kind of the thought process, just as to look there to potentially offset that $4,000 and drop it down to 445,000? I know you're a little bit limited in your ability to respond. Should give her 1 second.
All right, so she just commented. I'll read it off for you guys. I feel like Campus Activities has done a good job at reaching other students during the pandemic, and it would be good to get them closer to full ask. I also think it could be useful to go to West Side Student Life, as there's obviously a larger gap between their ask and what we gave. Any follow-ups on that last comment? Any thoughts? Bjorn, did you have your hand up there? I can't really tell.
No, but I think that Jess is probably on the right track with that. I do think it's worth heeding Lacey's comment to look at the CWU admin fee. Wasn't the the CWU admin fee is currently funded at about 380,000. They bumped it up to 445,000 in this quadrennial. Wasn't that the one that we couldn't reduce? Or I remember something scary being associated with that one. Let me check my notes.
So as you check your notes, I'll kind of jump in this. This one is, I wouldn't say anything on this list can't be necessarily adjusted. But I would say if, since we're at that close dollar figure, this is a kind of a pretty substantial increase from the current funding year. The other thing I wanted the committee to understand is, even though this current funded year is at, we'll just say 380, they had actually requested quite a bit more from the previous funding cycle. And so it was slightly reduced and kept flat. Not necessarily saying that that's what the committee should do, but if you're looking for an area that could potentially be something that I would have the committee look at. So just asked a question. So it says they process the back end of everything we do, more or less, payroll and contracts, etc. So yes, and there's some, IT services in there as well. So it's more of, positions and the actual work that it takes to get those types of things, either the money in or out of the university.
Joey, you have a comment?
Yeah, can we just pull up the spreadsheet of what we're looking at for our recommendation of all of the things we're looking at to recommend? Just to have that as a visual while we're talking, because I think that's the part. And actually, can you, under the fully fund and fund, but at a lower level and split? I know it's hard to see because it goes well beyond the screen. Because at this point, I mean, we are looking at $4,000, which, again, I know the answer is trying to figure out where to find that $4,000, but keeping in mind $4,000 as I'll say again on a $7.4 million budget is a pretty small amount. So I don't want us to spend a massive amount of time trying to figure out where that is going to come from within those.
Also, there potentially is an opportunity to actually set it as is with a discrepancy of $4,000. So I know that I kind of said like we should aim to be net zero. And ultimately, I would still say that that's what we should do. But, you know, with rounding and everything else, I think if the committee is set and this is where we are and there's a discrepancy of 4,000, we could still push that forward for approval, if that makes sense. Does anybody have any questions about that? Because I know that kind of contradicted what I said before.
And I just want to share on there the part, I know there's a comment in there for those that are fully funded. There's several on there that, again, there was consensus across the committee, so we didn't delve into some of those on discussion, but I know there was a conversation if we are looking for that potentially from one of those areas, especially if it's an area that has increased their funding amount, that we can look at. I don't know where you all are feeling, so I guess that's the question I would ask is there an area or a unit in here that specifically stands out to look at potentially lowering or multiple units within there? Or do you all really want to move forward with the request with the caveat that it is going to be 4,000 over the target we were aiming for, which is over it. But again, on the larger scheme of things, that's 4,000 annually is a pretty small number.
Yeah, I would say it's just a small number, but I wouldn't mind looking at the CWU admin fee and just taking 4K from there. And so I motion to, I guess, lower the funding by whatever that amount, $4,411 from the CWU admin fee.
All right, and it looks like Messina seconds that motion. Any further discussion before voting? All right, seeing none, all in favor of reducing the admin fee by the $4,000, or please show a hand. Six. All right, that is 6 with Jess, Zoe, Deanna, Brandon, Messina, and Bjorn. All who oppose. All right, 0 oppositions, and all who abstain. And that is 5 with myself, Josh, Greg, Sean, and Terry. And with that, the motion passes.
So I guess now it's just doing the full vote, yeah?
Yes, but I want to take the time here, and I know we're at this, but honestly, this is probably as close as I think we were going to get to the time, is just to take it right now to walk through what it is we're looking to fund, so it's clear with you all, because we will want to make a motion after we see that we're looking to fund this for this amount, this for this amount. That someone will need to make a motion to approve the S&A base funding allocation as presented within here. So if we can look through it, and Lacey's pulling up on here, you will see the proposed recommendation amounts. These are the ones under the do not fund, but for those funding areas, again, we're looking at that column B, that here are the amounts that you all are looking at recommending. And so as we go down it, just to take a look, and if there's a question for clarification on here, I know you all have already looked at this, but just want everyone to have one more chance to look at this before we put that motion in, so it's clear.
Sorry, I know that probably didn't help, but would it be easier for people if I PDF this and put this into Teams so you had a better way to look at it? Okay.
And so while Lacey is doing that, I actually, since we're at the 2 minute, I mean the 2 hour mark again, do we want to take a quick 5 minute? I know we're almost done, but 5 minute break for her to pull that up and for you all to look at it before we come back to look at the full motion. Because again, I know we're at getting close to the end, so I don't want to extend this for anyone, but I also want to be mindful that this is a really big move in motion, and so I want us to be diligent in reviewing what it is we're putting forward.
Motion for a 5-minute recess.
Yeah, Messina seconds that. All in favor, please show a hand. So 10 in favor, all opposed. Oh, whoops. None opposed. Any abstentions? One. All right, motion passes. See you guys in about 5 minutes. All right. All right. All right, looks like we're about ready to go. So we were looking at the what to reduce, and that's on Teams, right?
Yes. If you go into Teams, under the deliberation documents, it's at the very bottom. You'll see draft S&A.
The deliberation. Okay.
Looking at the proposed allocation amount, that first column is what, based on the deliberations Wednesday and today, where we're at. And so making sure you're looking through that and that looks accurate on your piece. And Lacey did a great job of breaking it into the fully fund and move those that we're fully funding, those that we're funding but at a lower amount that are within there. So let us know if there's any questions or anything you're seeing in there.
All right.
So I just wanted to, what isn't in the actual PDF that I did change in the Excel document is I moved a couple of them. So I want to show that here. The dollar figure does not change, but just so you can know the kind of the final document, if it goes, okay. So that split category, I actually moved. So it means that either people are in fund, but at a lower level, or fully fund, and then there's do not fund.
It looks like Messina has a question or a comment.
No, I just accidentally left my hand up.
Okay, cool. All right.
And so at this point, I mean, again, take the time to look over. I want you all to be diligent, that there's nothing in there that is contrary to what we just discussed or that we saw. If there is, please point it out. Otherwise, this is the part where we will need someone to make the formal motion to approve the base funding allocation for fiscal 22 through 25 as presented.
Bjorn, I see your hand up.
If we have concerns about anything, it would now be the time to voice it, or is it done? Okay. This is harkening back to Wednesday. The first thing we discussed was the wellness center, the PATH coordinator. And I have given that decision a lot of thought over the past few days. It weighed heavy on me. My concern is that the services are mandatory. The position is not. My worst fear is that it would like pass PBAC, and the university would take actions that would maintain our compliance with Title IX and the Clery Act and all the legal stuff. I'm not, of course, we're going to maintain compliance, but my concern is that it could decrease the quality of services provided to people who have experienced sexual violence and similar on campus. And I don't think I'm willing to take that risk. Like, colleges have a difficult enough relationship with sexual violence that I don't know if I'm comfortable making that call. I did make that call, and that was probably foolish of me, but I wanted to submit that to see if I'm crazy or if other people share the same concerns.
Any follow-up to that?
Yeah, it'll be basically repeating the conversation we had Wednesday, but I think what it should be is maybe a supplemental request if that comes through. I think what I was saying before is like we need to force the conversation on the university that this is a staple service and that it needs to be provided by them and not by the S&A fee. So again, it's like I fully support it, but it shouldn't be funded through us. And if it goes through all that process and it comes back, I think we'll do supplemental funding for a year is my kind of like approach to it. But at the same time, it's like what has really changed because that position hasn't been filled in like years. So I mean, the quality of I guess us like taking care of our students who have experienced those traumas. I mean, it's being covered by someone else in the university already because they haven't even filled that position. So I mean, I think the university needs to take a hard look at this position and understand that they need to approach this differently. It needs to come from a different source because already we're underserving the students with it. So that's why I think we need to at least force the conversation on them. And then, if it comes back, it could be a one-time supplemental until this university honestly like adopts it into the wellness center and they find a new source of revenue for it. So that's why I think it still should be in the do not fund section.
Makes sense to me.
Lacey, you got a question or a comment?
Yeah, so we've had this question actually asked multiple times throughout this whole day, and even I think on Wednesday. And so Messina asked, who will be having conversations with the university? So I just want to confirm and explain that a little bit. And so Joey's talked about the approval process of the S&A allocation, and so really who's going to be having these conversations would be myself, Joey, ASCW, so that's Brandon / the whole ASCW team, and then also Dean Greg, who's the Dean of Student Success. And so those are conversations that, potentially will be happening at the PBAC level, and kind of, whatever level it ends up being that this is being discussed, which could be all the way up to the BOT or Board of Trustees. Sorry.
No. I was just gonna ask any other thoughts.
I do want to make one comment about the supplemental budget again, and Jess made a comment in the chat that says to urge them to come to supplemental for the interim. I know that is a possibility, but I do want to just make sure the committee members are aware that can be very difficult administratively funding a position out of supplemental because it does have to go all the way up to the Board of Trustees because it is past that or higher than that $25,000 figure. And as we know, we're taking this to Board of Trustees already, but I just wanted to kind of highlight that I would advise to not fund positions out of a supplemental budget just due to the complicated pieces that are tied to HR. Now, that being said, it is a possibility and they absolutely can come doing that, but that wouldn't necessarily be my advice.
I want to answer Messina's question in there. Because you were asking, is it a public meeting? I don't know which one you're referring to, Messina, but I will tell you all of them are public meetings. PBAC is an open public meeting, as is Board of Trustees. So any of those discussions that are happening in those formal committees and organizations are public meetings.
Any more comments on that?
I guess like I share the same concerns as Bjorn, but if we think that we can pursue other avenues or like there are other avenues that can be pursued for the wellness center, then I think that keeping it under do not fund is the right choice.
Any other thoughts or comments?
With that, I guess I would leave it for Christian to entertain a motion here in a moment. There is one more step that we need to clarify after the motion is made, which is with Aubrey to make sure if she needs any clarification on any of our justifications, because she has to type all of these up to go along with it.
So would this be a motion to keep it where it is, or would I need it to throw it never another spot?
I mean, I'll word the way that it would be articulated is really someone would be making a motion to allocate the S&A based funding for fiscal year 22 through 25 as presented on the spreadsheet.
Okay. So can I entertain that motion?
So moved.
So moved by Brandon. Any second? Seconded by Messina. Any discussion before voting? Seeing none, all in favor of presenting this budget allocation proposal as is, please show a hand. Let's see here. 6. All right, and that is 6 with Jess, Zoe, Deanna, Brandon, Messina, and Bjorn. All opposed? No opposition. All who abstain. That's 5 with myself, Josh, Greg, Sean, and Terry. And so the motion passes to present as is.
I'd now just jump to Aubrey, and I know Aubrey has a lot here. Are there any that we discussed, Aubrey, and I appreciate you'd ask clarification during, because most of ours, if it is something that we continued funding and we funded the amount, is a pretty straightforward on how we provide the justification of it. For those that we either tweaked or others, do you need any other details or clarification from the committee right now?
At this point, no. I am going to kind of that running spreadsheet that I had sent out to everybody, justifications from Wednesday. I plan to send that out to you guys probably Monday morning, just to make sure that I have everything correct on there. And then I'll start working on the memo for feedback.
Thank you.
Thank you, Aubrey. All right. Well, I guess now we would go to new business and all that.
And there's no new business. I think at this point we would go to public comment.
Public comment.
Second call if there's anything, and as we see if there's anything typed in. I do want to tell you all, I appreciate you all taking the time. I know this has been a long day, but also a long quarter. I know we're sitting at now just for the deliberation side of this at 7 hours, which is a lot. And I appreciate the thoughtful discussion and taking into account. It's a hefty decision that you all have here, because it does impact a lot of students and student services in a lot of different ways. And so I appreciate the thoughtful conversation you all had, and that you all were very respectful of each other and of those different viewpoints, and worked through this pretty major undertaking. So I just want to say thank you all, especially knowing that this is a challenging time because we are the weekend right before finals, and you all are taking this time aside to do this as well as throughout the entire quarter. So I want to thank you all for that, as well as wish you all the best of luck with your finals this next week, and to take some time during spring break to disconnect, and we will all be back together to start a spring quarter.
All right, thank you, Joey. And then let's go to Lacey, and then we'll go to Aubrey.
Yeah, I mean, Joey kind of stole the show there. He said a lot of what I was going to say, but I think, you know, besides me thanking each one of you for everything that you've done, I really hope that you as the students are proud of the work that you've done. These are really hard decisions and really hard conversations. And I think you all, you know, did great. And I think you should understand that that is a really impressive thing to be proud of. So I hope you do that. And I also wish you luck with finals, and hoping that you can get your study and everything in starting tomorrow, but maybe disconnect after that, like Joey said. The last piece that I wanted to let you all know is that we are scheduled as of right now, to take these allocations to the President's Budget Committee on March 23rd. So that is during spring break. So as I just told you to disconnect, I'm also going to tell you that you're more than welcome to join. And I would love to have all of the support of